most dangerous hellhole, where murder, robbery, and corruption ruled the streets and bribery bought the police. To expose this criminal underworld, a fearless investigative journalist disguised himself as a beggar and walked straight into the darkness. His name was Arthur Pember, and this is what life was really like in the deadly slums of New York. Before we start, likes and subscribes help me keep making these. Where are you listening from? Drop your city and time in the comments. I'm always reading them thinking, wait, people in New Zealand listen to history stories to sleep? Okay, tonight it's 1860s New York. But hold on, get cozy first. Like, actually cozy. Pillows good? Blanket situation handled? Perfect. Trust me on this one. Your eyes open to darkness, not the comfortable darkness of your bedroom right now, but the suffocating black of a windowless room in Water Street, New York. The year is 1868, and you've just woken up on what can barely be called a bed, a dirty husk mattress thrown onto bare wooden boards that creak with every slight movement. The smell hits you immediately. Human waste, stale alcohol, and something else. Something rotten you can't quite place. The building around you is what locals call a tenant house, though human storage would be more accurate. You're sharing this one room with an entire family. Mom, dad, 3 kids, all piled on top of each other for warmth because there's no heat. The wall separating you from the next family might as well be paper. You can hear them fighting again. The man's drunk again. The woman's crying again. The baby hasn't stopped wailing for 2 hours. Unlike your comfortable bed right now, where you can stretch out and adjust your blanket just so, here your body aches from lying on what feels like a pile of sticks covered by a thin layer of fabric. Every movement brings a new pain, a spring, a broken board, a mysterious wet spot. "Get up!" hisses a voice beside you. "We need to be gone before the landlord comes." You're not actually living here. No, you're Arthur Pember, Oxford-educated Englishman turned investigative journalist, and you're in disguise. Today, you're a homeless beggar, your clothes deliberately tattered, face smudged with dirt, hair wild. Tomorrow, perhaps you'll be a drunken sailor or a lost businessman. Whatever gets you the story. I spent months researching Arthur Pember's accounts. This guy literally invented undercover journalism in America. Imagine giving up a cushy life to sleep in these hellholes just to expose corruption. Like, who does that? Come on, your guide whispers again. He's a former pickpocket. You've paid to show you around. Water Street wakes up early, and trust me, you don't want to be noticed asking questions. You follow him down a narrow hallway where the floorboards bend beneath your weight. The stairs creak so loudly you're sure everyone in the building can hear you leaving. Outside, the morning air isn't the fresh relief you'd expect. It's thick with coal smoke and the stench from overflowing gutters. Welcome to the 4th Ward of New York City, the most dangerous neighborhood in America. Hold up. Let me paint you a picture. Water Street isn't just bad, it's nightmare territory. Picture the worst place you've been, then make it 10 times worse. The buildings are practically falling down, packed with up to 70 families in a single structure. Streets flowing with raw sewage. Disease is basically your roommate, and this is where Arthur Pember chose to go undercover. Pember wasn't always slumming it in New York's underbelly. The dude helped found the Football Association, like actual soccer, in England in 1863. He was its first president. Then he just decided to move to America and become an investigative journalist. Talk about a career change. You know what's wild? When I was digging through his original accounts, I found out he'd assume these elaborate disguises. He'd go from looking like a proper Victorian gentleman to a street beggar, complete with fake wounds and practiced accents. The original method actor. As you walk, your guide points out landmarks of misery. See that place? Tommy Haddons. He's what they call a crimp, specializes in Shanghai, gets sailors drunk, drugs them, then sells them to ship captains needing crew. By the time the poor bastards wake up, they're halfway to China. You pass a woman slumped against a lamppost. Her bonnet's fallen down her back, her dress is splattered with mud, and she's singing a mangled version of an old French ballad to no one in particular. She captioned, "Wishy whiskers, core is shy, Glancio, me poor captain." She slurs, one arm wrapped around the post for support, the other conducting an invisible orchestra. Your guide doesn't even slow down. "That's just Tuesday morning around here," he mutters. The gaslights cast eerie shadows as the morning fog hasn't fully lifted. Through it you see figures moving, some heading to work at the docks, others just ending their night of crime or vice. And speaking of crime, you're witnessing stuff that shouldn't exist in a supposedly civilized country. There are bucket shops where people can buy a tumbler of something pretending to be whiskey for 5 cents, liquid that's basically poison but gets you drunk fast. There are houses where men fight each other bloody while crowds bet on who'll die first. There are buildings where women are essentially enslaved. I mean, technically, prostitution is illegal, your guide explains with a shrug, but the cops get paid to look the other way. Everyone's on the take here. Suddenly, screams pierce the morning quiet. Your guide grabs your arm and pulls you into an alley. "Street fight," he whispers. "Don't get involved." But you're here to document exactly this, so you peer around the corner. The scene is pure chaos. Sailors, labourers, women, all tangled in a violent mass of kicking, punching and biting. Someone's wielding what looks like a cooking ladle as a weapon. Blood splashes on the cobblestones. Look, I've read police reports from this period and they're genuinely horrifying. This wasn't just shoving and name-calling. People died in these street fights regularly and no one really cared. 2 police officers are in the middle of it, using their clubs freely but making little difference. Then, in a move that turns your stomach, one woman gets a man's head in what your guide calls chancery, a position where she can smash his face repeatedly while another woman is pulling her hair out by the roots. You've seen bar fights back home in England. This isn't that. This is something feral, something desperate. Wait, what about the police? You ask your guide, watching the outnumbered officers getting attacked by the very people they were trying to control. Your guide laughs. "Welcome to Water Street. Even the cops don't come here unless they have to." As more police arrive and the fighters are rounded up, you and your guide continue on. The sun is finally breaking through, but it does little to make Water Street look better. In fact, the light only reveals more dirt, more decay, more desperation. "Where to first?" your guide asks. "Tommy Haddons," you reply. "I want to see this Shanghai operation for myself." Your guide looks at you like you've lost your mind. "Are you serious? That's basically asking to wake up on a ship to Australia." "I need to see it," you insist. "I'm careful." Your guide shrugs. "Your funeral." As you approach Haddon's establishment, you rehearse your cover story. You're a drifter looking for work, not too bright, perfect Shanghai material. The building itself looks almost respectable from the outside, a calculated facade. Inside, the air is thick with tobacco smoke and the sour smell of spilled beer. Despite the early hour, the place is busy. Sailors drinking away their pay, locals nursing cheap beers, and Haddon's runners eyeing newcomers like vultures watching dying animals. Tommy Haddon himself sits at a desk in the corner, a small, sharp-faced man with restless eyes. He's doing calculations in a ledger, probably figuring out how much a human being is worth on today's market. The Shanghai process is genius in its simplicity, a museum curator in maritime history told me when I was researching this, and utterly horrific in its execution. Here's how it worked. Haddon's runners would find men who were either drunk or could easily be convinced to drink. They'd lead them to Haddon's place for one more round. That drink would be drugged. When the victim passed out, they'd be taken upstairs and kept until a ship captain came looking for crew. The captain paid Haddon. The unconscious man was carried aboard, and by the time they woke up, they were at sea with no way back. You take a seat at the bar, trying to look both vulnerable and unremarkable. The bartender, a man with forearms like hams and scars across his knuckles, eyes you suspiciously. "What'll it be?" he asks. "Whiskey," you mutter, keeping your eyes down like someone with something to hide. The liquid he pours is amber, but you'd bet good money it's not actually whiskey. More likely watered-down rock gut with tobacco juice for colour and God knows what else for kick. You raise the glass to your lips but don't actually drink. You've heard stories about Haddon's special cocktails. A man slides onto the stool beside you, well-dressed, friendly smile, the kind of man your mother would have called too smooth by half. "New in town?" he asks casually, and this, right here, is how it begins. This friendly stranger is the first step toward waking up on a ship bound for China. "Just got in," you reply, slurring slightly to seem vulnerable. "Looking for work?" he asks, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Maybe. Got some prospects," you lie. "I might know something," he offers. "Good pay, see the world." You almost want to laugh at the transparency of it. "The world, huh?" you say, feigning interest. "Oh, yeah," the runner says, warming to his pitch. "Ever been to China, Australia, exotic places, beautiful women?" "Sounds expensive," you reply. "First round's on me," he says, signalling the bartender. "Let's talk about opportunities." And there it is. The trap is set. If you were actually a drifter, actually desperate, actually naive, you'd drink the doctored whiskey he's ordering. You'd pass out. You'd wake up at sea. You pretend to sip the new drink while the runner tells you increasingly elaborate lies about the wonderful life of a sailor. As you listen, you notice a man being carried down the stairs at the back of the room, limp, unconscious, clearly drugged. Two burly men take him out the back door, presumably to a waiting ship. The runner follows your gaze and quickly tries to distract you. "So, as I was saying about the pay, excuse me," you mutter, standing suddenly, "need the privy." Instead of heading to the back where the toilets would be, you make for the front door. The runner calls after you, but you're already pushing your way outside, heart pounding. Your guide is waiting across the street. "That was quick," he says. "Did you see enough?" "Saw them carrying someone out," you reply, still shaken by the casual efficiency of it all. "Yeah, that happens all day, all night too. Haddon's got a deal with half the captains in the harbour." "Where to next?" you ask, straightening your disguise. Your guide grins, revealing a gold tooth among the brown ones. "How do you feel about entertainment? Ever seen a proper Water Street dance house?" As you follow him down the street, screams erupt from somewhere ahead. Not fight screams this time. Something worse. Your guide freezes. "What the hell was that?" you ask. "Nothing good," he replies, suddenly serious. "Nothing good at all." So here's the thing about Water Street. You couldn't really prepare for it. Even if someone told you how bad it was, seeing it was different, smelling it was different, hearing a man's screams cut short in the morning light was different. "We should go another way," your guide says quickly, pulling at your sleeve. "But you're here for the story, all of it, even the parts that make your skin crawl." "No," you say firmly, "we go toward it." Your guide looks at you like you're insane. "They're going to find bits of you floating in the East River." You pull out extra money, real journalists' money, not beggar money. "Double if we check it out." He stares at the cash, then at your face. "Your funeral," he says, for the second time that morning. As you move cautiously toward the source of the screams, the busy street has gone strangely quiet. People are suddenly finding reasons to be elsewhere, heads down, walking fast. Whatever happened, your guide whispers. Nobody saw nothing. That's how it works here. You see something, you forget it immediately. You round the corner and immediately wish you hadn't. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. The body is face down in the gutter, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Blood mixes with the filthy water, creating swirls of crimson that disappear down a nearby drain. People step around it, not over it, giving the corpse a wide berth as they continue their morning business. Jesus, you whisper, shouldn't someone do something? Your guide looks at you like you've suggested flying to the moon. Like what? Send for his family? Half the people here don't have families. The other half, their families don't want to know them. The police, then? He snorts. They'll be by eventually. Body'll go to Potter's Field if nobody claims it. Circle of life in Water Street. The casual acceptance of death here makes your skin crawl. Back in London, a dead body in the street would cause hysteria, crowds, authorities. Here, it's just Tuesday. You pull out your notebook, a risky move in your beggar disguise, and quickly jot down notes. The dead man is youngish, maybe 30. No obvious signs of who he was or how he died, besides the pool of blood beneath him suggesting a knife wound. Put that away, your guide hisses. You trying to get us both killed? You pocket the notebook just as a police officer saunters up to the body. He nudges it with his boot, sighs heavily, then signals to someone down the street. Two men with a cart appear, lift the corpse unceremoniously, and toss it in the back like a sack of potatoes. That's it, you ask, unable to hide your shock. No investigation, no questions. What's to investigate? Man's dead. Happens every day. The officer notices you watching and narrows his eyes. Your guide grabs your arm and pulls you away. Don't make eye contact with the law, he mutters. Not in that get-up. They'll run you in just for looking suspicious. As you turn the corner, your guide relaxes slightly. So, dance house next? Much more pleasant than corpses. The dance house doesn't look like much from the outside, just another dilapidated building on a street full of them. A crudely painted sign reads, Sailors Retreat, though you suspect few sailors have found actual refuge within. Inside, the air is thick with tobacco smoke, cheap perfume, and the unmistakable smell of unwashed bodies. The place is divided into two sections, a bar area where men of questionable character lean against the counter, and through a partition, a dance floor where the real business happens. 10 cents gets you in, says a mountain of a man guarding the entrance to the dance floor. Your guide hands over the money and the bouncer steps aside, revealing what can only be described as a vision of hell disguised as entertainment. The dance floor itself is sticky with spilled drinks and God knows what else. Around the edges, benches line the walls where women in shockingly brief costumes sit with sailors and dock workers. The term costume is generous. They're essentially undergarments dyed bright colours, displaying more skin than you'd see at most beaches. Their dresses seem rather scant, you comment to the proprietor, a sleazy-looking man who's also the self-proclaimed band leader. Oh, they've got enough for the purposes of decency, he replies with a wink. You've been in some rough establishments in London, but nothing like this. The women range from young girls who can't be more than 15 to weathered veterans of 40 or 50. Some look bored, others desperate. A few seem completely intoxicated. All are wearing the same ridiculous outfit, a short dress barely covering essentials, glass beads around their necks and absurd feathered bonnets. I checked original accounts from reformers who visited these places, and they consistently mentioned how the women were dressed. It's like they were wearing parodies of fancy clothing, like someone saw a society lady once and tried to recreate it with scraps and stolen goods. The contrast between the elegant bonnets and the barely there dresses apparently made it even more depressing. The proprietor takes his seat in what he grandly calls the orchestra, a violin, banjo and tambourine, and shouts, "Now young ladies, a quadrille if you please," before launching into a tuneless melody. The women drag their partners to the floor, putting on exaggerated airs and graces that border on mockery of high society dances. The men stumble along, most too drunk to follow even the simplest steps. They say John Allen's place used to be the wildest, your guide tells you, nodding toward a building across the street. He reformed, though, or pretends he did. Missionaries paid him off. Missionaries? Oh yeah, religious folks come down here trying to save souls. Mostly they get robbed, but sometimes they make deals. Paid Alan a month's rent to use his dance hall for prayer meetings. A sailor nearby overhears and laughs. Alan took their money and only let them use it 2 weeks, clever bastard. You watch as a sailor who can barely stand attempts to waltz with 2 women at once, creating a bizarre 3-person tangle that ends with all of them crashing into a table. They prefer the shuffles, your guide explains. Sailors can't really do the fancy dances with their sea legs, too wobbly. One particularly drunk sailor slaps the shoulder of a scrawny woman with long, thin legs and calls her "Old Number 11, which sends the other dancers into fits of laughter. Your detective signals to one of the women who isn't currently entertaining a customer. She saunters over, and you're struck by the contrast between her crude outfit and her refined speech. "You're new," she says, looking you up and down. Despite your beggar disguise, she seems to sense you're different. "Just passing through," you reply. She laughs, a surprisingly musical sound in this den of misery. That's what they all say, yet here they all are, month after month. "How long have you been here?" you ask. 7 years, she replies, then leans closer as if sharing a secret. "I'm from a good family, you know. Very well educated. My mother's a widow lady with independent means in Scotland." You've heard similar stories in London's brothels, tales of genteel upbringings and tragic circumstances. Sometimes they're true. "Got into trouble when I was young," she continues. "Had to run away. Thank God my poor mother thinks I'm dead. It would kill her to see me here." She gestures around the room. You'd be shocked how many girls here are well-educated and from good families. Many can speak 2 or 3 languages, play the harp and piano, sing opera, but once you're in this life, you can't get out. Her eyes drift to a young girl, barely more than a child, being pawed at by a drunken dock worker. Many girls in these houses have parents living in style uptown. They'd never admit their daughters work here. Before you can ask more, the proprietor shouts for another dance, and she's pulled away by a customer. You make your way to the bar, where a bald man with massive forearms is pouring drinks. "What'll it be?" he asks. "Whatever's least likely to blind me," you reply. He laughs and pours something amber into a dirty glass. "Smart man, the cheap stuff's basically poison." "Been working here long?" you ask, pretending to sip. "Long enough to see it all," he replies. "The girls come and go, the sailors come and go, even the buildings come and go. Fire takes one, they build another. Only things that stay the same are the booze and the misery." Through the window, you notice a crowd gathering outside a building down the street. "What's happening there?" The bartender squints. "Ah, that's Kit Burns' place. Probably a rat-baiting match about to start. Your guide, who's been nursing a beer nearby, perks up. You want to see something really Water Street? That's it right there. Rat baiting. You've heard of it. A blood sport where terriers are pitted against rats in a pit, with bets placed on how many rats the dog can kill in a given time. It's outlawed in many places, but thrives in neighborhoods like this. Let's go, you say, curiosity overcoming disgust. As you approach Burns's establishment, a crudely painted sign identifies it as Sportsman's Hall. Men crowd around the entrance, exchanging money and shouting odds. Inside, the place stinks of beer, sweat, and rat. The main attraction is a pit in the center of the room, surrounded by tiered seating that your guide informs you can hold up to 500 spectators. Christopher Kit Burns himself is a portly, jovial-looking man with a pock-marked face who greets newcomers like long-lost friends. When he spots you and your guide, he waves you over. "Gentlemen, come in, come in. You're just in time. Got a new pup making his debut today." Burns shows you to seats near the pit, proudly pointing out his prized possession, a stuffed dog in a glass case. "My black and tan," he explains, eyes misting with nostalgia. "Killed 300 rats in under an hour. Did it easy too. Best dog I ever had." A small, sandy-haired terrier is being prepped at one end of the pit, its handler whispering encouragements. At the other end, a man dumps a squirming sack into a cage. Rats, dozens of them, their pink tails flicking against the bars. 10 cents a rat, Burns announces to the crowd. "Puppy's just learning, but he's got potential. Place your bets." The crowd roars, money changes hands, and you feel your stomach turn. This isn't sport, it's barbarism masquerading as entertainment. "Something wrong, sir?" Burns asks, noticing your expression, not the sporting type. "Just taking it all in," you reply, trying to maintain your cover. "First time's always a shock," Burns says cheerfully. "But rats are vermin, see? Bad for business, bad for health. We're providing a public service, really." The way he says it, you almost believe he believes it. "That Burke fellow's trying to shut me down," Burns continues, suddenly indignant. "Says it's cruel to rats for God's sake, but they're vermin, sir. Always have been." "Burke?" you ask. "Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals," your guide whispers. "New thing. Rich people worried about horses and such." Burns overhears and snorts. "They pray for me every day at the mission house at noon. Not by name, mind you. Poor Kit Burns comes in the general catalogue of wicked, unrepentant sinners." His face twists into an expression of mock piety. Then he bursts into laughter, slapping his knee. A bell rings. The dog is released, and the crowd erupts as it tears into the cage of rats. You look away, but the sounds tell the story. Squeals, growls, the wet snap of small bones. "Isn't this illegal?" you ask your guide under the cover of the crowd's roars. He shrugs. "Probably, but who's going to enforce it here? The cops? Half of them have money on the dog." After what feels like an eternity, another bell rings. The handler retrieves the blood-spattered dog, who prances around proudly as Burns counts the rat carcasses. 17, he announces. Not bad for a first-timer. Money changes hands as bets are settled. Burns catches your eye and grins. "Coming back for the big match Saturday. Got a champion coming in from Brooklyn. They say he can do 100 in 10 minutes. We'll see," you reply non-committally. Outside, you gulp fresh air, though fresh is relative on Water Street. "You all right there?" your guide asks, noticing your pale face. "Some people can't stomach it their first time." "I'm fine," you lie. "Where to next?" Your guide studies you for a moment, then jerks his thumb toward a dingy building down the street. Bucket shop. Might as well see the whole tour. The bucket shop is somehow even more depressing than the rat pit. Men in various stages of dissolution hunch over glasses of cheap liquor, drinking not for pleasure but for oblivion. They call it a bucket shop because you can get a bucket of this stuff for practically nothing, your guide explains. It's not whiskey, though they pretend it is, more like turpentine with tobacco juice for colour. The patrons don't even look up when you enter. They're focused entirely on their drinks, as if the bottom of those glasses holds some answer they've been seeking their whole lives. This is what kills most of them, your guide says quietly. Not the knives or the fights or the diseases, just this. Slow suicide by the glass. You notice a woman in the corner, her once fine dress now tattered and stained. She catches you looking and gives a smile that reveals several missing teeth. "Want to buy a lady a drink, handsome?" she calls. Before you can answer, the door bangs open and a police officer steps in. The atmosphere shifts immediately. Backs straighten, eyes dart to exits. The officer scans the room, then zeroes in on your guide. "You," he says, pointing. "Outside, now." Your guide looks momentarily panicked, then resigned. "Wait here," he mutters to you. "Don't talk to anyone." As he follows the officer outside, you're left alone in a room full of Water Street's most desperate residents. A man sidles up next to you, his breath foul enough to make your eyes water. "First time in the Fourth?" he asks, swaying slightly. "That obvious?" you reply, maintaining your beggar persona but allowing some of your natural accent to slip through. "You got all your teeth and no visible wounds," the man says with a wheezing laugh. "Dead giveaway." "Just looking for work," you say, sticking to your cover story. The man leans closer. "What kind of work? 'Cause I might know people looking for help, specialized help. Good with your hands? You're being recruited for something criminal. Theft, perhaps. Or worse." "Depends on the pay," you reply cautiously. The man grins, revealing gums more prevalent than teeth. "Smart man. Come with me. I'll introduce you to—" The door opens again, and your guide returns, looking shaken but intact. The man beside you melts away into the crowd. "We gotta go," your guide says urgently. "Now." Outside, he pulls you down an alley, checking over his shoulder. "What happened?" you ask. "Cop recognized me from a thing a few years back," he explains vaguely. "Wanted money to forget he saw me. Did you pay him?" "Had to. He knows where I sleep." Your guide runs a hand through his greasy hair. "This is why I don't usually come to the Fourth in daylight. Too many people remember me." "The officer just blackmailed you? Right there in the open?" Your guide laughs bitterly. "Welcome to New York, my friend. The cops are just another gang with badges." When I looked into police corruption in this era, it was eye-opening. There's documented evidence of officers running protection rackets, taking bribes, and even participating in crimes. The line between law enforcement and criminals was basically non-existent in neighborhoods like Water Street. As you walk, your guide points out more landmarks. Brothels thinly disguised as boarding houses, opium dens behind laundries, gambling operations in basements. Water Street isn't just a place, you realize. It's an ecosystem of vice, each establishment feeding into the others in a closed loop of misery. "Or over there's the Oak Street station house," your guide says, nodding toward a relatively solid-looking building, "where they take you if you're lucky enough to get arrested and not just beaten in the street. Is that good luck?" you ask. "Better than being found in the river? Sometimes?" You remember the details from the transcript. In that very station house, Pember once witnessed a sailor charging a boarding house crimp with assault. The crimp had knocked the sailor down and stomped his eye out with a boot heel after the sailor refused to pay an exorbitant fee. Justice was rare here, even with evidence as clear as a missing eye. As afternoon approaches, the character of Water Street shifts. More women appear on street corners. Men stagger from bars, either starting or ending their days drinking. Children, filthy, too thin, with eyes too old for their faces, dart between adults on mysterious errands. "Those kids," you say, nodding toward a group of boys no older than 10 who are eyeing passers-by with predatory focus. "They're pickpockets." "At best," your guide replies. "The younger ones, yeah. The older boys graduate to proper theft, breaking into houses and such. Girls usually end up in the dance houses by 14. The casual way he says it, like he's describing a natural process rather than the systematic destruction of young lives, makes your journalistic blood boil. This is why you're here, disguised and uncomfortable. This is the story that needs telling. I need to see more, you tell your guide, the worst of it. He studies your face. You're either the bravest man I've met or the stupidest. I've been called worse. He sighs. Fine, but we wait till dark. That's when the real Water Street comes alive. As the sun begins its descent toward the harbour, you and your guide find a relatively safe corner to rest. He dozes against a wall while you record observations in your notebook, hiding it whenever someone passes too close. The dancing houses and saloons are lighting up, their windows glowing like diseased eyes in the gathering darkness. Music, discordant, amateur but enthusiastic, spills into the street. Laughter too, though there's an edge to it that speaks more of desperation than joy. Night is falling on Water Street, and with it comes a darkness deeper than the absence of sun. Your guide was right. You've only seen half the story so far. The real horrors are just beginning. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. Your guide wakes with a start, instantly alert in the way of men who've learned that deep sleep can be fatal. The street has transformed in the hour since sunset. Gas lamps cast sickly yellow pools that barely push back the darkness, creating more shadows than light. The relative restraint of daytime has evaporated like morning dew, leaving behind the true face of Water Street. "All ready?" your guide asks, watching you carefully. "Last chance to back out. Night's a different beast here. I came for the truth," you reply, adjusting your beggar's disguise. "All of it." He nods, resigned. "Your funeral. Third time I've said that today, starting to think it might be literal." The noise hits you first. Not just volume, but a kind of feverish energy that wasn't present earlier. Shouts, laughter, arguments, music from a dozen different sources, all clashing together in a symphony of desperation. The smell is worse too, as if the night air concentrates rather than disperses the stench of unwashed bodies, spilled alcohol and open sewers. Women who kept to the dance houses during daylight now line the street, calling to passers-by with practiced lines. Men stagger between saloons, growing louder and more dangerous with each drink, and through it all move predators, some obvious with knives visible at their belts, others harder to spot but no less deadly. Most murders happen between midnight and dawn, your guide explains as you walk. By morning, bodies get cleared away. Cops don't even investigate unless the victim's someone important, which nobody in Water Street is. 2 men burst from a saloon, already throwing punches. One pulls a knife, and the street parts around them like water around stones. Nobody interferes. Nobody seems surprised. "Should we do something?" you ask. Your guide snorts. "Yeah, keep walking unless you want to be next." The knife flashes, someone screams, and you force yourself to keep moving. You're here as a witness, not a hero. The story is what matters, the exposure of this hell to the comfortable citizens who pretend it doesn't exist. I spent weeks researching the crime statistics from this period. In 1860s New York, murder was so common in certain areas that newspapers stopped reporting individual cases unless they were particularly gruesome or involved prominent victims. They'd just list numbers at the end of the week. 5 stabbings, 3 shootings, 4 unknown causes. Human life was incredibly cheap. Where to first? Your guide asks. You consider. Those alleyways you pointed out earlier, single and double, I want to see inside. He gives you a strange look. You sure? Not much to see, but misery stacked floor to ceiling. That's exactly what I need to document. Single alley is aptly named, a narrow passage between buildings with just one face to the street. The entrance is barely wide enough for 2 people to pass, and the smell that wafts out makes your eyes water. Human waste, rotting food, and the unmistakable sweet, sour odour of disease. 70 families in there, your guide says, nodding toward the dark moor. 1 privy in the back, no running water, no ventilation. And double alley? Same deal, but twice as big. 140 families, give or take. They take in lodgers too, so figure close to 1,000 people packed in there. You do the math in your head, that's at least 5 people per room, often more, in spaces barely larger than closets. I need to see inside. You insist. Your guide shakes his head. Your coins won't help you in there. Strangers don't come out of those places after dark, especially not ones who look like they might have money. But he thinks for a moment, then points to a decrepit 3-story building across the street. Old boarding house there. Similar setup, but smaller. Owner might let us in for the right price. The boarding house looks like it's one strong wind away from collapse. Paint peels from the exterior like diseased skin. Windows are patched with paper or cloth where glass should be, and the front steps sag alarmingly under your weight. Your guide knocks a complex pattern on the door. After a long pause, it opens a crack and an eye peers out. What do you want? A voice rasps. Got a gentleman here wants a tour? Your guide says, paying cash. The door opens wider, revealing a hunched man with a face like crumpled paper. $5, he says immediately. It's an outrageous sum, but you nod. The man's eyebrows rise slightly. You've just confirmed you have money, but he steps back to let you in. The smell inside hits you like a physical force. Your eyes water and you fight the urge to gag. The narrow hallway is lit by a single guttering candle that does more to emphasize the darkness than dispel it. 3rd floor's the worst, the man says, mistaking your purpose. If you're looking for young ones. You realize with a jolt what he thinks you're here for. Just looking around, you say quickly. Research. The man gives you a knowing leer. Call it whatever you want, mister. $5 buys you a tour and privacy. What happens after ain't my business. You press the money into his palm and he gestures toward a rickety staircase. Help yourself. Knock before entering or you might get a knife for your trouble. As you climb the stairs, the wood groaning beneath your feet, your guide whispers, he thinks you're shopping for company. I gathered. Play along, safer that way. The 1st floor is divided into tiny rooms, doors half open to reveal cramped spaces occupied by multiple people. In one, a family of 6 sits on a single mattress, sharing what looks like a loaf of bread. In another, 2 women sew by candlelight, their fingers moving with mechanical precision despite the dim light. A child, perhaps 4 years old, stares at you from a doorway, her face smudged with dirt and something darker that might be blood. When you meet her eyes, she doesn't look away or show any emotion. There's a hollowness there that no child should possess. The second floor is worse. The rooms are smaller, the occupants more numerous. The air is thicker too, heavy with the smell of unwashed bodies, cooking grease, and the sickly sweet odour of consumption. Tuberculosis, the disease that thrives in crowded, unsanitary conditions. A coughing fit erupts from behind one door, the violent, tearing sound of lungs fighting for air. Nobody reacts. It's background noise here, as common as the creaking floorboards. Third floor, your guide murmurs, nudging you toward the final staircase. As you climb, you hear noises that make your skin crawl. A woman's forced laughter, a man's grunt, a child crying softly, continuously, hopelessly. The third floor is where they keep the hopeless cases, the women too old or sick to work the streets, but young enough to serve the most desperate customers, the children sold by parents who couldn't feed them, the opium addicts who lie on bare mattresses in a half-conscious daze. A girl who can't be more than 12 leans against a doorframe. Her eyes are adult, assessing, dead. "Looking for company, mister?" she asks in a practiced voice. You shake your head, unable to speak past the lump of rage in your throat. "2 bits, she continues, as if you'd shown interest. "Cheapest you'll find. 2 bits, 25 cents for what remains of her childhood. You want to grab her, run out of this hellhole, take her somewhere safe. But there is nowhere safe, not for her kind, not in this city." When I researched this period, what shocked me most were the accounts of child prostitution. Social reformers who ventured into these areas routinely found children as young as 10 working in brothels. What's worse is how normalized it was. Not accepted as good, but accepted as inevitable, like bad weather or disease, just another fact of life in the slums. You press $1 into her hand, not for services, just because you can't do nothing. "Get some food," you whisper. Her expression doesn't change, but she pockets the money with practiced speed. "Room at the end is empty," she says, assuming you want privacy for whatever you paid her for. Instead, you move to a window at the end of the hall. From this vantage point, 3 stories up, you can see the patchwork of misery that makes up the 4th ward. Dance houses, saloons, and brothels form islands of light in the darkness. Between them flow rivers of humanity, drunk, desperate, dangerous. "Can you imagine growing up here?" you ask your guide quietly. "Don't have to imagine," he replies. "Born 2 blocks over." You turn to look at him with new understanding. "How did you get out?" "Who says I got out?" He laughs bitterly. "I'm still here, ain't I? Just learned to navigate better than most. Learned who to avoid, who to pay, when to run." In the street below, a fight erupts outside a saloon. Even from this height, you can hear the crack as a bottle breaks over someone's head. The victim drops like a stone, and the attacker goes through his pockets before anyone can intervene. "We should go," your guide says. "Seen enough?" "Almost." You turn from the window. "I need to understand how the police fit into all this. They can't all be corrupt." "Follow me," your guide says with a grim smile. "I'll show you exactly how the law works in Water Street." Back on the street, the night has deepened, but the activity has only increased. Your guide leads you to a saloon that, from the outside, looks no different from the dozens of others you've passed. Inside, however, the clientele is unexpected. Uniformed police officers fill half the tables, drinking alongside the very criminals they should be arresting. Money changes hands openly, not for drinks, but for what are clearly payoffs. A burly sergeant laughs with a man you recognize as a bouncer from one of the dance houses, both of them counting cash under the table. "Monthly collection," your guide explains in a low voice. "Brothels, gambling dens, dance houses, they all pay for protection, not from criminals, from the law itself. They're just taking bribes in the open? Who's gonna stop 'em? The other cops? He snorts. System works for everybody except the poor bastards at the bottom. A man in plain clothes but with the unmistakable bearing of authority enters, and the room subtly shifts. Conversations pause, eyes lower, postures straighten. "Captain," your guide whispers. "Precinct boss?" His take's bigger than all the rest combined. The captain scans the room, his gaze passing over you without interest. You're just another Water Street degenerate as far as he's concerned. He takes a seat at a reserved table in the back, and immediately several envelope-bearing men approach to pay their respects. And their bribes. "Elections coming up," your guide continues. Cops make sure the right votes get counted, the wrong ones disappear. Politicians return the favour by keeping the right cops in the right places. "The whole system is corrupt," you murmur. Now you're getting it. A commotion at the door draws your attention. 2 officers drag in a struggling man, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. "Caught him stealing from Kit Burns's place," one officer announces to the room. The captain barely looks up. Usual treatment. The officers grin and drag their captive toward the back door, presumably to an alley where they can dispense their version of justice without witnesses. "Should have known better," your guide says, shaking his head. "Burns pays triple what most places do. Stealing from him's practically suicide." As you watch the illicit commerce continue, a horrible thought strikes you. "The body we saw this morning," you ask, "the one they just carted away without investigation, was that?" "Probably. Could have been someone who didn't pay protection, or stole from the wrong person, or just looked at someone wrong. Doesn't take much around here." Suddenly, the captain's gaze locks onto your guide, recognition dawning in his eyes. "Time to go," your guide says urgently. "Now." You slip out the side door just as you hear the captain's voice calling for your guide by name. Outside, you don't walk. You run, following your guide down a maze of alleys until you're sure no one is following. "That was close," he pants, leaning against a wall. "Captain knows me from way back, knows I don't come around unless I'm showing someone the sights." Would he really have arrested you? "Arrested?" Your guide laughs breathlessly. "No, that costs money. Beaten senseless and dumped in the river more likely." You've both stopped in a relatively quiet street. The buildings here are just as dilapidated, but there are fewer saloons, more residences. From an upper window comes the sound of a baby wailing, high and desperate. "This is where families live," your guide explains, recovering his composure. "The ones trying to stay decent anyway. Work the docks, the factories, whatever they can find." As if on cue, a door opens and a man in workman's clothes emerges. He looks exhausted, shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. "Night shift," your guide explains. "Poor bastard probably works 16 hours a day, comes home to a place not much better than that boarding house, tries to keep his family fed." "How do they survive?" you ask. Some don't. Some turn to crime eventually. Some just endure, get up every day and do it all again until they can't anymore. The man trudges past you without a glance, his eyes fixed on the ground, his mind perhaps on the long night ahead, or the hungry children he's leaving behind. "Come on," your guide says. "One more stop. Gotta be quick, though. Captain might have people looking for us." He leads you to a building that, despite its shabby exterior, has a certain dignity lacking in its neighbours. A small sign identifies it as a mission house. Religious folks, your guide explains, set these up to save souls. Mostly they just provide a warm place to sit, and some soup if you're willing to listen to preaching. Inside, a small group has gathered, mostly women and a few elderly men. A grey-haired preacher stands at the front, reading from a Bible by lamplight. His voice is hoarse but passionate as he describes the rewards awaiting the faithful in heaven. For most of these people, your guide whispers, the promise of a better afterlife is the only hope they've got. You scan the faces of the congregation, worn, tired, but somehow still holding on to something. Faith, perhaps, or just the simple comfort of being somewhere warm and relatively safe for an hour. None of the notorious figures you've encountered today, not Tommy Hadden, not Kit Burns, not the dance house proprietors, are present. The mission's reach extends only to those already at the bottom, not to those who profit from putting them there. They try, your guide says, with surprising gentleness. These church folks, they just don't understand. Telling someone who's starving that God loves them doesn't fill their belly. Telling a girl who's been on the streets since she was 12 that Jesus forgives her doesn't give her anywhere else to go. A woman near the back notices you watching and meets your gaze. There's no hope in her eyes, no faith despite the sermon washing over her, just a dull acceptance of her lot. I interviewed a historian who specialized in reform movements of this era. She told me these missions were well-intentioned but profoundly inadequate, like trying to empty the ocean with a teacup. The systemic problems were too big, too entrenched. Without addressing poverty, housing, education, and corruption, no amount of preaching could make a meaningful difference. You've seen enough for one night, your guide says, tugging your sleeve. Any more and we're pushing our luck. Outside, the streets have grown marginally quieter as the very drunkest have passed out and the slightly more sensible have found beds or companions for the night. But danger still lurks in every shadow, and your guide keeps you moving at a brisk pace away from the mission, deeper into the warren of streets that make up the Fourth Ward. Where are we going? You ask, realizing you've lost your bearings in the tangle of identical dilapidated streets. Oh, safe house, he replies cryptically. Can't take you back to your hotel looking like that, and can't stay on the streets all night, not after the captain saw us. As you turn a corner, a figure detaches from the shadows ahead, a police officer, billy club already drawn. You there! He calls. Stop where you are. Your guide freezes, then whispers from the corner of his mouth. When I move, run. Don't look back. Don't stop. Head for the docks. Before you can respond, he shouts. It's a raid at the top of his lungs. Doors fly open up and down the street as people scatter, creating instant chaos. Your guide shoves you hard in one direction and bolts in another. The officer hesitates, confused by the sudden explosion of activity, and in that moment, you run. Behind you, a whistle blows, the officer calling for backup. Ahead, more figures are emerging from the darkness. You dart down an alley, heart pounding, your fine Oxford education suddenly worth less than a pair of fast legs. The docks loom ahead, a forest of masts and rigging silhouetted against the night sky. Somewhere in that maze of ships and warehouses, you might find safety, at least until morning. But as you emerge from the alley, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder, spinning you around. You find yourself face to face with a mountain of a man in police uniform, his expression somewhere between amusement and contempt. Well, he says, his breath reeking of whiskey and tobacco. What do we have here? All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. The officer's grip tightens on your shoulder, fingers digging into your collarbone. His face is a road map of broken veins and old scars, eyes bloodshot but alert. You consider your options. Running seems impossible, fighting suicidal. Just looking for work, officer, you mumble, deepening your fake American accent, slouching into your beggar disguise. "Funny," he says, not sounding amused. "Captain wants to talk to someone matching your description, someone asking questions they shouldn't." Your heart sinks. Word travels fast in Water Street. "You got the wrong fellow," you insist. "I'm just passing through." He studies you for a long moment, then a slow, unpleasant smile spreads across his face. "Empty your pockets." You hesitate. In your right pocket is the money you've been using to bribe your way through Water Street. In your left is your notebook, the most damning evidence of your true purpose here. "I said," he repeats, raising his club, "empty them." You reach for your right pocket first, removing a handful of coins and crumpled bills. The officer's eyes light up with naked greed. "That's a lot of cash for a beggar," he observes, plucking the money from your hand. "Where'd you steal it?" "Didn't steal it," you protest weakly. "Saved up." "Other pocket," he demands, already pocketing your money. You reach slowly for your left pocket, mind racing for a solution. The notebook will give you away instantly. No beggar carries detailed observations of criminal operations. As your fingers close around it, a shout echoes from nearby, followed by a crash. The officer's head turns instinctively toward the sound. In that split second, you make your decision. Instead of removing the notebook, you drive your knee upward with all your strength. It connects satisfyingly with the officer's groin. He folds like a house of cards, gasping. You don't wait to see him recover. You run faster than you've ever run in your life, plunging into the maze of warehouses along the waterfront. Behind you, a whistle shrieks, once, twice, 3 times, the universal police signal for assistance. You duck into a narrow space between buildings, pressing yourself against rough brick, trying to quiet your thundering heart and ragged breathing. Footsteps pound past your hiding place, more than one set. They pause at the intersection ahead, voices muttering in confusion. Then they split up, moving in different directions, hunting. You've never felt more foreign, more out of place. Your Oxford education, your London journalism career, your proper upbringing, none of it helps you now in this primordial urban jungle where only the cunning survive. When the footsteps fade, you creep from your hiding spot, moving deeper into the warehouse district. Most buildings are locked tight, but eventually you find one with a broken window at ground level. You squeeze through, ignoring the glass that tears at your already ragged clothes, and find yourself in near total darkness. The warehouse smells of coffee beans and rat droppings. You fumble your way to what feels like a stack of burlap sacks and collapse behind them, finally allowing your trembling legs to rest. Sleep comes in fitful bursts, interrupted by nightmares of pursuit and the very real sounds of rats scurrying nearby. You wake fully as grey dawn light filters through high windows, illuminating your temporary sanctuary. The warehouse is indeed filled with coffee sacks. Hundreds of them, stacked nearly to the ceiling. Your body aches from the hard floor and yesterday's exertions. Your fine clothes, disguised beneath beggar's rags, are filthy. Your face, when you touch it, feels rough with stubble. The transformation from gentleman journalist to actual Water Street denizen is becoming less of a disguise and more of a reality. With daylight comes a new problem. You can't stay here, but you also can't return to your hotel looking like this. You need your guide, but have no idea how to find him. For all you know, he's been caught by the police himself. You peer through a crack in the warehouse door. The dockside is already busy with workers unloading ships, carrying crates, shouting orders. Among them, you spot the occasional blue uniform of a police officer, presumably still hunting for you. You're effectively trapped, and your stomach reminds you with an angry growl that you haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. This is no longer just an investigative exercise. You're experiencing the actual desperation of Water Street's residents, hungry, hunted, with nowhere safe to go. For the next few hours, you watch the docks through your crack in the door, observing the rhythm of the place. Ships arrive, are unloaded or loaded, depart. Men sweat and curse under heavy burdens. Foremen shout orders. Police patrol casually, more interested in the occasional free drink from merchants than in actual law enforcement. You see men who look like your guide, rough types who aren't dock workers but somehow belong here, moving through the crowds with practiced ease, occasionally exchanging small packages or whispered conversations. Water Street's underground economy at work. By mid-morning, your thirst has become nearly unbearable. You've spotted a water pump near one of the piers, used by workers to wash and drink. If you're careful, you might reach it without being noticed. You wait for a particularly busy moment when a large shipment is being unloaded and everyone's attention is directed elsewhere, then slip out the door. You keep your head down, shoulders hunched, moving with the shuffling gait of someone who expects to be kicked at any moment. No one gives you a second glance. You're just another Water Street derelict, invisible in your misery. The water from the pump is brackish and tastes faintly of rust, but it's the sweetest thing you've ever drunk. You fill your cupped hands again and again, slaking a thirst you hadn't fully acknowledged until now. "Hey you," a gruff voice calls. Your heart stops, but when you turn, it's not a policeman, but a burly dock foreman. Need a man for unloading. 2 bits for the morning. He's offering you work. Actual, legitimate work. The irony doesn't escape you. Your disguise is so convincing that you're being mistaken for one of the desperate men who gather at the docks each morning, hoping for a day's labour. "Yes," you say, realizing this is perfect cover. "I'll work." The next 4 hours are a lesson in physical misery. You're assigned to a team unloading crates of machine parts, heavy, awkward, with sharp edges that tear at your hands. Your back screams in protest, your shoulders burn, your palms blister and then bleed. The other workers, men who do this every day, give you pitying glances but offer no help. Here, it's every man for himself. By noon, you've earned your 25 cents and a grudging respect from the foreman, who initially thought you wouldn't last an hour. More importantly, you've had time to think, to plan your next move. "Coming back tomorrow?" the foreman asks as he pays you. "Maybe," you reply non-committally. "Got a name?" You hesitate, then decide truth is simpler than fiction. "Arthur." He nods, already turning away. "See you around, Arthur." With coins in your pocket, a pittance compared to what the officer stole, but better than nothing, you venture back toward Water Street. Your plan is simple. Find food, then find somewhere to clean up enough that you can eventually make your way back to your hotel without arousing suspicion. Water Street by day is marginally less threatening than by night, but no less miserable. You pass women emptying chamber pots into gutters already flowing with filth. Children play in the same gutters, immune or oblivious to the health hazards surrounding them. Men drink openly at 10 in the morning, numbing themselves for another day of hardship. You find a vendor selling what he claims is beef stew from a cart. The meat is tough and of questionable origin, the broth watery, but it's hot and filling. As you eat, standing in a doorway out of the main flow of traffic, you observe Water Street's daytime economy. It's a parallel world with its own rules. Money changes hands for goods and services, both legal and illegal. Credit is extended or denied based on criteria known only to the sellers. Fights break out and are resolved without police intervention. It's a community of sorts, albeit one built on shared misery rather than mutual benefit. A boy of perhaps 10 approaches, eyeing your stew with naked hunger. His face is gaunt, his clothes even more ragged than your disguise. You silently offer your bowl, still half full. He snatches it and retreats to a safe distance before wolfing down the remaining food. When I dug into historical accounts of childhood in these slums, the descriptions were heartbreaking. Kids as young as 5 or 6 were expected to contribute to the family income. They became beggars, thieves, or took dangerous jobs no adult would touch. Their life expectancy was shockingly short. Many didn't reach adulthood due to disease, accidents, or violence. The boy finishes eating and looks up, meeting your gaze. There's no gratitude in his expression, just the wary calculation of someone always looking for the next meal, the next opportunity, the next threat. "You need work?" he asks suddenly. "My pa knows people." "What kind of work?" you ask cautiously. The boy shrugs. "Different kinds. Depends what you're good at." You recognize a recruitment attempt when you hear one, likely for the same criminal enterprises you've been investigating. Even children are part of the system here. "I'm just passing through," you say gently, "but thanks." The boy doesn't seem offended. He simply nods and disappears into the crowd, already looking for someone else to approach. As noon turns to afternoon, you continue wandering, keeping a careful eye out for police while trying to get your bearings. You pass a building you recognize, the Oak Street Station House, where you began your Water Street journey before everything went sideways. A commotion at the station house door catches your attention. A group of men are dragging a bloodied sailor into the building. His face is a mess, and most disturbingly, where his left eye should be is just a bloody socket. I checked police records from this period, and they're full of similar reports. Horrific injuries barely investigated, especially when the victims were sailors or immigrants. The concept of civil rights was basically non-existent for the poor. You drift closer, adopting the casual interest of a street dweller with nothing better to do. The sailor is shouting accusations at another man, presumably his attacker, who is being held by 2 friends straining to get at the injured man. "He stamped my eye out," the sailor roars, "knocked me down and stamped it right out with his boot." "Lying Navy scum," the other man shouts back. "You tried to skip on your bill." You recognize the type immediately from your research. A boarding house crimp, one of those men who provide lodging to sailors at extortionate rates, often through deception. When the sailors can't pay, violence typically follows. A crowd gathers as the men are taken inside, the entertainment value of the spectacle briefly overcoming Water Street's usual every man for himself mentality. You hear people placing bets on whether the crimp will face charges or be released. "10 says he walks," a man next to you mutters to his companion. "His cousin's on the force." "No bet," his friend replies. "Justice is for people with money." As the crowd disperses, you notice a familiar face across the street, your guide, looking considerably worse for wear, but very much alive. He spots you at the same moment and jerks his head slightly, indicating an alley nearby. Once safely out of sight, he looks you up and down and lets out a low whistle. "You look like hell." "You're not much better," you reply, noting his split lip and the bruise darkening his left cheek. "Had a disagreement with a gentleman of the law," he says with a crooked smile. "Seems they don't appreciate our tour of their business operations. Are they still looking for us?" He shrugs. "For you, maybe. I'm small fry, just got a beating and a warning. You, though, Captain's real interested in the fancy English journalist slumming it in disguise." Your blood runs cold. "How?" Word gets around. "Tommy Haddon made you yesterday morning. Said no real beggar asks the questions you were asking. This changes everything. If your cover is blown, continuing the investigation becomes exponentially more dangerous. I need to get back to my hotel," you say. "Clean up, regroup." Your guide nods. "Got a plan for that. Follow me, but stay back a bit. I'll signal if the coast is clear." He leads you through a bewildering series of alleys and side streets, occasionally stopping to check for followers or police. Eventually, you reach a nondescript building that turns out to be a public bathhouse, one of the few in the area. 2 bits gets you hot water and soap, your guide explains. Worth every penny. You clean up, I'll find you some clothes that won't scream gentleman in disguise. The bathhouse is basic but functional, a series of private stalls with metal tubs, a far cry from London's elegant bathing establishments, but heaven after your recent experiences. The hot water turns grey almost immediately as you scrub away the accumulated filth of Water Street. As promised, your guide returns with clothes, simple workman's attire that will help you blend in better than either your gentlemanly clothes or the beggar disguise. "What now?" he asks as you emerge, transformed once again. "I'm not finished," you say firmly. "I came for the story, and I'm going to get it." He looks at you like you've lost your mind. They know who you are now. It's not safe. It never was, you point out. But now I need to be smarter about it. Less direct observation, more interviews. Your guide's eyebrows rise. Interviews? With who? Anyone who'll talk. Former residents who've gotten out, police who might be sympathetic to reform, religious workers from the missions. He considers this, then nods slowly. Might work. Less dangerous than wandering around Water Street at night anyway. Can you help me find people to talk to? Maybe, for the right price. His entrepreneurial spirit remains undimmed by your recent troubles. You count your remaining money. Pitifully little after the police officer's theft. I'll need to get more cash from my hotel. Risky, your guide warns. They might be watching it. He has a point. The corrupt police of Water Street would think nothing of staking out a hotel to catch a troublesome journalist. Then I need to get a message to my editor at the Tribune, you say. Let him know what's happening, get some funds. Your guide scratches his chin thoughtfully. I know a kid who can run messages, reliable, fast, and knows how to be invisible. Cost you, though. How much? $1 for him, $1 for me for setting it up. It's steep, but necessary. You hand over your last $2, then scribble a note to your editor on a page from your notebook, explaining your situation and requesting funds. Where will I find you after? You ask as your guide pockets the note and money. Boarding house on Cherry Street. Grey door, brass knocker. Knock 3 times, then 2. Say Mike sent you. With that, he disappears into the crowd, leaving you alone once again in the unforgiving world of Water Street. But now you have a plan, a direction, and more importantly, a growing understanding of how this place truly functions. You spend the afternoon carefully making your way toward Cherry Street, avoiding main thoroughfares where police might be watching. The streets here are marginally better than Water Street proper, still poor, still dangerous, but with a higher proportion of working families versus outright criminals. Women hang laundry from windows, the meagre garments flapping like surrender flags in the breeze. Children play games with sticks and stones that have rules known only to them. Men sit on stoops, smoking pipes or simply staring into the distance with the vacant eyes of the chronically exhausted. This is the working poor's Water Street. People one missed paycheck away from the dance houses or criminal gangs clinging desperately to whatever respectability they can maintain. Their struggle is different from the outright criminality you witnessed before, but no less deadly in its way. They fight against time, against illness, against the grinding machinery of poverty that wears them down day by day. You pass a woman teaching her daughter to sew by the light of their open door, her needle flashing in the sun as she demonstrates a stitch. The girl, perhaps 7, watches with solemn concentration. This is her inheritance, not land or money or education, but the skills to barely survive in a world stacked against her. As evening approaches, bringing with it the more dangerous elements of Water Street life, you finally locate the boarding house. Grey door, brass knocker, just as described. You knock 3 times, then 2, and wait, hoping your guide's message has already reached your editor at the Tribune. The door opens a crack and a woman's face appears, lined with age and hardship, but with eyes that miss nothing. "Mike sent me," you say quietly. She nods once and steps back, opening the door just wide enough for you to slip inside. The hallway beyond is dark, the air heavy with the smell of boiled cabbage and too many people in too little space, but compared to what you've seen, it feels almost welcoming. "Room at the top," she says, her voice raspy from what might be illness or might be gin. "Don't make noise. Don't bring trouble." You climb the narrow stairs, each step creaking alarmingly beneath your weight. At the top floor, a single door stands ajar. Inside is a tiny room with a narrow bed, a cracked wash basin, and a chair missing one leg, propped against the wall to stay upright. It's hardly luxury, but it's private and relatively clean, a safe harbour in the storm of Water Street. Through the room's single window, you can see the neighbourhood spreading below you, the first lamps being lit as darkness falls. Tomorrow, you'll continue your investigation, but with a new approach. Tonight, you'll rest, record your observations in your notebook, and prepare for whatever Water Street throws at you next. Because despite the danger, despite nearly being caught, despite everything you've seen, you know one thing with absolute certainty: this story needs to be told. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. You wake to the sound of church bells, distant, muffled, but unmistakable. Sunday morning in Water Street. Through your grimy window, the sky is the colour of dirty dishwater, promising rain later. Your body aches from yesterday's dock work, muscles protesting every movement as you rise from the thin mattress. Your room in the boarding house smells of old cabbage and mildew, but after 2 days in Water Street, your nose has begun to adjust to the general miasma. You splash water on your face from the cracked basin, the coolness momentarily refreshing against your skin. A knock at the door makes you tense. You've been jumpy since your encounter with the police yesterday. "Who is it?" you call, reaching for the small knife you found in the room and tucked under your pillow, a previous occupant's forgotten protection. "Message," comes a boy's voice. You open the door cautiously. A skinny kid of maybe 12 stands there, cap pulled low over his eyes, hands thrust deep in his pockets. "You the English fellow?" he asks. "Perhaps. Who's asking?" He rolls his eyes at your caution. "Got something for you from the Tribune." He pulls a small envelope from his pocket and holds it out, adding, "Mike says to tell you he'll be by at noon." The boy disappears down the stairs before you can ask anything else. You close the door and examine the envelope. Inside are $10, a small fortune in Water Street terms, and a brief note from your editor. "Pember, situation understood, funds enclosed. Be careful, story sounds promising. Expect full report when safe. GS." The money represents both safety and opportunity. You can pay for your room, buy food, compensate potential interviewees, and most importantly, avoid the desperate choices that drive so many Water Street residents to crime or worse. Unlike your comfortable bed at home, where you can drift back to sleep on lazy mornings, here in Water Street, rest is a luxury few can afford. Your stomach growls, reminding you that food is the first priority. You tuck most of the money into your boot, the safest place in Water Street, and keep a small amount in your pocket for immediate needs. The landlady is in the narrow hallway when you descend the stairs, sweeping with short, angry strokes. Her face is a map of hard years, but her eyes are sharp and alert. "Rent's due daily," she says without preamble. 50 cents. It's steep for such a small room, but safety has its price. You pay without complaint. Any place nearby to get breakfast, you ask. She eyes you with slightly more interest. Most of her lodgers probably don't eat regular meals. Dutch Mary's on the corner. Cheap. Won't kill you. Probably. The streets are quieter on Sunday morning. Some businesses are closed in nominal observation of the Sabbath, though you notice the saloons and dance houses show no sign of interrupting their trade. A group of children play in the gutter, fashioning toys from discarded trash. They look up as you pass, eyes calculating your worth, your threat level, your potential as a mark. Dutch Mary's turns out to be a narrow storefront with a few wobbly tables inside. The air is thick with the smell of frying fat and strong coffee. A massive woman with arms like hams presides over a cast-iron stove, barking orders at a terrified-looking girl who might be her daughter. "Sit anywhere that don't look ready to collapse," Mary calls when you enter. Menus: eggs, bread and coffee, sometimes bacon. Today, no bacon. You take a seat at a table that wobbles only slightly. The coffee comes in a chipped mug, black as sin and nearly as thick. The eggs are greasy but hot, the bread surprisingly fresh. For 15 cents, it's the best meal you've had since arriving in Water Street. As you eat, you observe the other patrons, dock workers mostly, fueling up before or after shifts, a few shopkeepers from the marginally more respectable streets nearby. They talk quietly among themselves, conversations revolving around work, money, and the constant struggle to obtain both. One man catches your attention, older, with a neat grey beard and surprisingly clean clothes. He sits alone, nursing his coffee with the air of a ritual long established. There's something in his posture, his careful movements, that suggests he wasn't born to Water Street, but arrived here through some reversal of fortune. You approach his table, coffee in hand. "Mind if I join you?" He looks up, assessing you with intelligent eyes. "Free country," he says finally, "for some." You sit, introducing yourself with your real first name, but a false surname. No need to advertise your journalist identity just yet. "Caleb Morrison," he replies, offering a hand that, despite its calluses, shows traces of once having been genteel. "What brings you to this particular circle of hell?" "Research," you say carefully. "I'm interested in how people live here." "Research?" His eyebrow rises. "You a reformer, or one of those missionary types?" "Just a curious observer." He snorts. "Ain't nothing worth observing here except human misery, and that gets old fast, trust me. You speak like someone who's seen better places." Morrison eyes you carefully, then seems to make a decision. "Had a business once, printing, good trade. Then came the Panic of '57. Banks failed, loans called in, lost everything." He shrugs as if to say it hardly matters now. "Been here 8 years. You adapt or you die." "How did you adapt?" you ask, genuinely curious. "Or found a niche. I can still read and write better than most around here. I write letters for people, help with contracts, sometimes teach the children whose parents care enough to want them educated. A scribe, the ancient profession of the literate in a largely illiterate community." It's a clever adaptation, using skills from his former life to survive in his new one. "Would you be willing to tell me more about how things work here? The economics of it, the social structures? I can pay for your time." Morrison studies you more intently now. "You're not just curious, are you? You're writing about us." You hesitate, then decide honesty might be the best approach. "Yes, I believe people should know what life is really like here." "A journalist," he says, not a question but a statement. "Figured as much. You have that look, like you're always watching, always filing things away. Will you help?" He considers this, taking a slow sip of his coffee. $5 for a full day. I'll show you things the tour guides won't. Introduce you to people who actually live here, not just profit from it. But I have conditions, which are no last names in whatever you write. These people have little enough dignity left, and no false charity. Don't pretend you're going to save anyone. His terms are reasonable. You agree readily, and Morrison nods, seemingly satisfied. Meet me here at 1. Your friend Mike will be looking for you at noon, I believe? The reminder startles you. How did you? Walls are thin in the boarding house, Morrison explains with a slight smile, and news travels fast when someone new arrives. At noon precisely, Mike, your original guide, appears at the boarding house. He looks better than yesterday, his split lip less swollen, though the bruise on his cheek has darkened to an impressive purple. Got your message to the Tribune? He says without preamble. Money come through? Yes. Thank you. You hand him the $3 you promised. 2 for the service, 1 as a bonus. Sweet. He grins, pocketing the cash. So, you really going through with this? More investigating? Different approach, less wandering, more talking. I've arranged a guide, Caleb Morrison. Mike's eyebrows shoot up. Old man Morrison? Huh? Good choice, actually. He knows everybody and nobody bothers him much. Too useful. He mentioned showing me things you wouldn't. Mike laughs. Probably true. I showed you what pays. The cribs, the dance halls, the rough stuff. Morrison will show you how people actually live here when they're not drinking or whoring or getting rolled by cops. Is that why you brought me to those places first? Because that's what pays? His expression turns serious. Took you there because that's what people want to read about. Murder and vice sells papers. Nobody wants to read about a mother stretching a half-pound of beans to feed 6 kids for a week. There's uncomfortable truth in his words. Sensation sells. Everyday misery rarely makes headlines. Will you be around if I need you again? You ask. Always around, Mike shrugs. Water Street's home. Just ask for me at Paddy's on James Street if you need anything. He tips his cap and saunters off, somehow projecting confidence despite his battered appearance. At 1 o'clock, you meet Morrison at Dutch Mary's as arranged. He's traded his coffee for a small notebook and pencil, the tools of his trade. First lesson about Water Street economics, he says as you walk. Everything has a price, but rarely a fixed one. What you pay depends on who you are, who you know, and what you can offer besides money. He leads you down streets you've seen before, but now you're seeing them through a different lens. Not as a horrified observer of depravity, but as a student of survival. See that woman? Morrison nods toward a heavy-set matron haggling fiercely with a vegetable seller. She buys the damaged produce at the end of market day, cuts away the bad parts, sells what's left at a markup to people who can't get to the market themselves, makes maybe 30 cents profit on a good day. The woman completes her transaction, loading bruised vegetables into a large basket. Her face shows neither joy nor despair, just the blank determination of someone doing what needs doing. And him? Morrison indicates a man collecting scraps of coal that have fallen from delivery wagons, sells bags of coal pieces to people who can't afford proper fuel. 10 cents a bag probably makes more on a cold day than I do in a week. Throughout the afternoon, Morrison points out dozens of these microeconomies, the rag pickers who sort through garbage for anything saleable, the water carriers who bring relatively clean water from public pumps to tenements without it, the menders who patch clothing until the original fabric is barely visible beneath repairs. Most people have 3 or 4 hustles going at once, Morrison explains. The regular work, if they're lucky enough to have it, the side business for extra pennies, the favour economy, doing things for neighbours in exchange for help when needed, and often something not quite legal for when times get desperate. You pass a woman teaching 3 young children in the doorway of a tenement. She has no books, just a slate with letters chalked on it. Neighbourhood school, Morrison explains. 3 cents a week per child. She teaches reading, basic sums, a little history, more education than most of these kids would get otherwise. Is she a former teacher, you ask, noting the woman's methodical approach. Former lady's maid to an educated family, picked up enough to pass it on, better than nothing. Education, or the lack of it, is clearly a key factor in the cycle of poverty. Without basic literacy or numeracy, the children of Water Street have little hope of escaping their circumstances. A sudden commotion draws your attention. A crowd has gathered around a tenement entrance, voices raised in anger and distress. Morrison frowns and quickens his pace. "Eviction," he mutters as you get closer. Bastards don't even wait for the rain to stop. Indeed, it has begun to drizzle, a cold, insistent mist that somehow penetrates clothing more thoroughly than a proper downpour. On the street in front of the tenement sits a pitiful collection of furniture, a mattress already darkening with moisture, a 3-legged table, a few cooking pots, and some bundles of clothing. Beside them stands a family, mother, father, 3 small children, all watching their meagre possessions succumb to the weather. 2 weeks behind on rent, a bystander tells Morrison. Landlord's nephew wants the room for his new wife. The father, a thin man with hollow cheeks and defeat in his eyes, clutches a battered suitcase as if it contains treasures rather than likely just more ragged clothes. The mother holds an infant to her chest, trying to shield it from the rain with her shawl. The older children, perhaps 5 and 7, stand silent and solemn-faced, already learning that tears serve no purpose in Water Street. I interviewed a housing historian about evictions in this period. She explained there were virtually no protections for tenants. Evictions could happen without notice, often violently and frequently in bad weather when the landlord knew the family would be most desperate and least able to resist. "What will happen to them?" you ask Morrison quietly. If they're lucky, a relative or friend takes them in until they find another place. If not, he doesn't finish the thought, but the implications are clear. The streets of New York are no place for children, especially not in the colder months. Almost without conscious thought, you step forward, addressing the father. "I have a room," you say. "It's small, but you're welcome to it for tonight, until you find something else." The man stares at you with suspicion. Charity is rare enough in Water Street to be treated with distrust. Morrison puts a hand on your arm. "A noble gesture," he says quietly, "but not a practical one. Your landlady won't allow a family of 5 in a single room. The noise alone would get them thrown out by midnight." Before you can respond, another woman pushes through the crowd. "Sarah," she calls to the evicted mother, "you'll come to us. Jacob can take the boys to his brother's, just until you find a new place." Relief washes over the family's faces. They have been saved, at least temporarily, by the community's fragile safety net. "That's Widow Jenkins," Morrison explains as the crowd begins to disperse, the drama concluded. "She takes in women and children when there's trouble. Been doing it for years. No one knows how she affords it. Simple charity, you suggest?" Morrison gives you a look that suggests your naivety is showing. Nothing simple in Water Street. Everything has a price, maybe not in money, but in obligation, in future favours, in loyalty. The widow builds her own safety net, one rescued family at a time. The rain intensifies as afternoon slides toward evening. You and Morrison take shelter in a small tavern, not one of the rowdy saloons you visited with Mike, but a quieter establishment catering to the working poor rather than sailors or criminals. Men and a few women sit at scarred tables, nursing beers that they make last for hours. No one is drunk, no one is fighting. They talk in low voices about work, about family troubles, about the constant grinding struggle to stay one step ahead of disaster. "These are the invisible ones," Morrison says, his voice pitched just for your ears. "The ones who work 16-hour days at the factories or docks, the ones who send their children to work as soon as they can walk steadily, the ones who go hungry so their kids can eat something. Nobody writes about them because there's nothing sensational in quiet desperation." A middle-aged woman approaches your table. Despite her worn clothes, she carries herself with dignity. "Mr. Morrison," she greets your companion. "The usual?" "Thank you, Mrs. Callahan, and one for my friend here." She returns with 2 mugs of beer that's more foam than alcohol. But no one complains. This is a place where stretching resources is an art form. Mrs. Callahan was a nurse before her husband died, Morrison tells you after she moves away. Now she runs this place, provides basic medical care when she can, safer than the charity hospitals, people say. How do they afford medical care, you ask? Mostly they don't. They work until they drop, then hope someone takes care of their children when they're gone. You think of your comfortable life in England, your education, the safety nets of family and society that protected you from such desperate circumstances. The contrast makes you ashamed, though you know that shame without action is just another form of self-indulgence. "Tell me about the women," you say. "Not the ones in dance houses, but the regular women. How do they survive here?" Morrison takes a long sip of his beer, considering. "Hardest life of all, maybe. Working women here are either servants, factory girls, or they take in washing, sewing, anything they can do while minding children. Pay's always less than for men, hours just as long, and they're always one man away from ruin, a husband who drinks the wages or runs off or dies. And the children work as soon as they're able. Boys sell newspapers, shine shoes, run messages, girls help with washing or sewing, or mind younger ones while mother works. Childhood doesn't last long in Water Street. The tavern grows more crowded as evening deepens. Men coming off shifts, women finishing domestic work. You notice they cluster in small groups, often by nationality. Irish here, Germans there, Italians in the corner, Chinese by the door. Another truth about Water Street, Morrison comments, following your gaze. Everyone needs someone to look down on. The Irish despise the Italians, who look down on the Chinese. The Germans think they're better than all of them. Misery loves company, but it loves feeling superior even more. A sudden silence falls as the door opens, admitting a well-dressed man whose clothes and bearing immediately mark him as an outsider. He carries a small black book and wears the earnest expression of a missionary entering heathen territory. "Right on schedule," Morrison mutters. "Sunday evening sermon and soup. The Reverend Mr. Phillips come to save our souls." The newcomer looks around the room, visibly gathering his courage. "Friends," he begins in a voice clearly trained for pulpits, "I bring good news and an invitation. The mission on Pearl Street offers warm soup and the word of God this evening to all who wish to attend." The response is tepid at best. A few nods, mostly blank stares. The Reverend soldiers on, undeterred by the lack of enthusiasm. "The Lord loves you all," he continues, "even in your circumstances. Salvation is available to everyone who seeks it." "Is the soup available to everyone too?" calls a voice from the back, prompting scattered laughter. The Reverend flushes slightly, but maintains his composure. "Yes, brother Food for body and soul. I'll take mine without the sermon, the heckler replies, generating more laughter. Morrison leans closer. Most folks here have had their fill of being talked down to by well-meaning Christians who've never missed a meal in their lives. The soup's welcome, the sermons not so much. The Reverend distributes some pamphlets and retreats, likely to make the same announcement at other establishments throughout the neighborhood. Are the missions completely ineffective, you ask once he's gone? Not completely, Morrison concedes. They provide food, sometimes clothing or basic medical care, but they're trying to treat gangrene with bandages. The problems here go much deeper than lack of religion. As darkness falls outside, the tavern's atmosphere shifts subtly. People speak more openly, share more freely. You listen to stories of impossible choices, medicine or rent, food or fuel, which child gets new shoes and which goes without. You hear about jobs lost to illness, opportunities denied due to accent or appearance, the constant grinding fear of ending up in the poorhouse or on the street. That's the real story of Water Street, Morrison says, as you finally prepare to leave. Not the spectacular violence or the brothels or the corrupt cops. It's this. People living on the knife's edge every single day, one misfortune away from complete ruin. Outside, the rain has stopped, but the streets are slick with mud and refuse. The gas lamps cast just enough light to navigate by, creating pockets of illumination in the overwhelming darkness. The sounds of Water Street at night, music from dance halls, shouts from saloons, occasional screams or breaking glass form a background cacophony that the residents have learned to ignore. You walk Morrison to his lodgings, a room not unlike yours, in a slightly better building. Before parting, he hands you several pages of notes he's been jotting throughout the day. Names, places, facts you might find useful, he explains, including some people worth talking to if you're continuing your research. I am, you confirm. What time tomorrow? 9 at Dutch Mary's. I'll introduce you to some of the women, the real backbone of Water Street. They see everything, know everything. As you make your way back to your own boarding house, you reflect on how differently you're seeing Water Street now. The sensational elements that first caught your attention, the violence, the vice, the corruption, are still present, but they're now part of a larger, more complex picture. Behind every brothel are women with stories. Behind every saloon are men trying to numb the pain of impossible lives. Behind every street fight is the desperate logic of people with nothing left to lose. You reach your boarding house just as the church bells strike 10. Climbing the narrow stairs to your room, you listen to the sounds of the building settling for the night. Murmured conversations, a child's muffled crying, the creaking of old wood adjusting to the night's dampness. This is the real pulse of Water Street, not the dramatic flourishes of daylight crime or nighttime debauchery, but the quiet persistence of people enduring what must be endured. In your small room, by the light of a single candle, you begin writing, not just recording facts and observations, but trying to capture the humanity behind the statistics, the dignity amid degradation, the complex economics of survival in America's most notorious slum. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. Morning arrives in your boarding house room with the sounds of life stirring, a baby crying somewhere below, floorboards creaking as early risers begin their day, muffled coughing that echoes through the thin walls. Sleep clings to you like a needy lover, reluctant to let go after a night of fitful rest on the lumpy mattress. Your back protests as you sit up, muscles still sore from dock work 2 days ago. Hunger gnaws at your stomach, a constant companion in Water Street, even for those like you who have the means to quiet it. The day promises rain again, grey clouds hanging low over the tenements. You dress quickly in your workman's clothes, now properly rumpled from sleeping in them, adding to your disguise of respectable poverty. When you arrive at Dutch Mary's, Caleb Morrison is already there, nursing a cup of coffee and making notes in a small leather-bound book. He nods a greeting as you slide into the seat across from him. "Sleep well?" he asks, though his tone suggests he knows the answer. "Like a baby," you lie. "If the baby had fleas and slept on a sack of walnuts," he chuckles. "You get used to it, or you don't sleep. Those are the options." Dutch Mary herself brings you coffee without being asked, her massive presence somehow comforting in its solidity. "Eggs today," she announces, "and actual bacon. Got lucky at the market. The breakfast is indeed better than yesterday's. The bacon only slightly rancid, the eggs fresh enough." You eat quickly, knowing the day ahead will require energy. "So," you say between bites, "you mentioned meeting some of the women of Water Street." Morrison nods. The real power behind this place, though you'd never know it from looking. Men run the saloons and brothels, handle the politics and violence, but women, they're the ones who keep people alive. How so? You'll see. Better than me telling you. Your first stop is a basement laundry on Cherry Street. The air hits you like a wet fist as Morrison leads you down the steps, hot, damp, heavy with soap and sweat. Through the steam, you make out a dozen women working at large tubs, their faces flushed from the heat, arms red to the elbows from harsh lye soap and constant immersion in water. Most of these women have husbands who work the docks, Morrison explains quietly. But dock work is irregular. You might get hired 3 days one week, none the next. The washing is steady, hard but steady. A woman in her 40s, thin but wiry, approaches, wiping her hands on a stained apron. Her face bears the weathered look of someone who has spent too many years in hot, humid rooms. "Mr. Morrison," she greets him with a nod. "These girls are almost finished with the hotel linens, still need to start on the restaurant tablecloths. Mrs. Donovan, this is Arthur," Morrison introduces you. "He's researching how people live in Water Street. Thought you might have some insights." Mrs. Donovan eyes you with wary assessment. "What kind of research?" "I'm a journalist," you admit. "I want to write about the real conditions here, not just the sensational stories, but how people actually survive." She considers this, then gestures toward a small office area sectioned off from the main laundry room. 10 minutes. That's all I can spare." In the relative quiet of the office, which is little more than a desk and 2 chairs separated by a curtain, Mrs. Donovan gets straight to the point. "What do you want to know that you can't see with your own eyes? We work. We get paid barely enough to keep breathing. We go home to rooms not fit for animals. We do it all again the next day. How do you manage it, you ask? Not just surviving day to day, but planning for the future? Dealing with emergencies?" A bitter smile crosses her face. "Future? In Water Street? That's a luxury like silk dresses and hot baths. Yet you're still here, still fighting." Something in your tone must convince her of your sincerity. She sighs, the sound carrying years of exhaustion. "We have systems, nothing fancy. Women here, we look out for each other because nobody else will. Got a sick child? Neighbours take turns watching your other kids, so you can work. Husband drinks the rent money. Women's loan circle might cover you until next payday." "Loan circle?" 10 or 15 women each put in a few pennies every week. When someone needs it, really needs it, not for drink or foolishness, they can borrow from the pot, pay it back when they can. It's a simple banking system created by those excluded from official financial institutions. Necessity breeding innovation. What about the women in other professions? You ask carefully. Mrs. Donovan's expression hardens. The girls in the dance houses? Some were my neighbour's daughters once, some were mine. You don't judge them here. When it's choose between selling yourself or watching your children starve, you'd be surprised what becomes acceptable. Her candour strikes you silent for a moment. This is a perspective you haven't heard, not condemnation of vice, but understanding of impossible choices. The work breaks them down, she continues. Laundry ruins your hands, factory work ruins your lungs, sewing ruins your eyes, scrubbing ruins your knees, dance houses ruin everything else, but a ruined woman still needs to eat. Morrison appears at the curtain. Mrs. Donovan, Jenny's having trouble with the mangle again. She rises with a sigh. Duty calls. If you want to know more, talk to Widow Malone on James Street. She's been here longer than anyone. Back on the street, Morrison leads you through a maze of alleys to a small grocery store barely larger than a closet. Inside, shelves hold meagre supplies, dried beans, flour of questionable quality, root vegetables, and a few luxury items like sugar and coffee in tiny, carefully measured portions. The proprietor, a hawk-faced woman with iron-grey hair pulled into a severe bun, watches you enter with suspicious eyes. Mrs. Malone, Morrison greets her. This is the journalist I mentioned. Humph, is her only response as she continues weighing out dried peas into small paper packages. Mrs. Malone has run this shop for 30 years, Morrison tells you. Knows more about Water Street economics than anyone. 32 years, she corrects without looking up. Since my Patrick died in the dock collapse of 35. You approach the counter, noting the precise organisation of her small stock. Mrs. Donovan mentioned you might tell me about how women survive here long term. The widow finishes her measuring before answering. Survival's a relative term in Water Street. Nobody lives long. Just some manage to die of old age instead of violence, drink or disease. Yet you've managed 32 years on your own. This earns you a sharp glance. Not on my own. That's the first thing you need to understand. Nobody survives Water Street alone. She comes around the counter, flipping the sign on her door to closed, a significant sacrifice of business for someone in her position. I'll give you 20 minutes, she says, for Morrison's sake, as she makes tea on a small stove in the back of the shop. Real tea, you note, not the chicory substitute most can afford. Widow Malone begins her education on the women's economy of Water Street. Men think they run things with their fists and their politics, she says, echoing Morrison's earlier comment, but women are the ones who make life possible. We're the ones who stretch a dollar until it screams, who know which landlords might wait an extra day for rent, which pawnbrokers give fair value, which doctors will treat a sick child without demanding cash up front. She pours the tea into chipped cups. This shop started with money from my dead husband's dock mates. They passed the hat, gave me enough to buy initial stock. I've helped 20 other widows start businesses since then. That's how it works. A community bank, you observe. Call it what you want. We call it survival. You ask about the dance houses, the brothels, the women you saw working in those establishments. The widow's face doesn't change, but her eyes grow harder. Some of those girls used to come in here with their mothers, buy penny candy with bright eyes. Now they come in wearing rouge, eyes dead as stones. She shakes her head. Don't think they chose that life. Water Street doesn't offer many choices. Do you help them too, you ask? When they let me. Some are too far gone. The gin or the opium has them, but the newer ones, sometimes I can steer them to a factory job or connect them with a family needing a maid uptown. If they're young enough, pretty enough, not too damaged, they might get out. And the others? She just looks at you, and the answer is clear. Some ships, once wrecked on Water Street's shores, can never be salvaged. What about children, you ask? How do mothers protect them from all this? The widow's laugh is sharp, without humour. They can't. Best they can do is keep them alive until they're old enough to work. A 10-year-old boy can sell newspapers or shine shoes. A 12-year-old girl can help with sewing or laundry. By 15, they're either working full-time or... She doesn't finish the thought. No school, no childhood. Childhood? She looks genuinely puzzled by the concept. Maybe for rich folks' children. Here, you're born owing the world for the space you take up. You start paying that debt as soon as you can stand. The conversation is interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Widow Malone opens it to admit a girl of perhaps 16, thin to the point of gauntness but clean and neatly dressed despite her obvious poverty. Mrs. Malone, mother sent me for... She stops, noticing you and Morrison. It's all right, Lizzie, the widow says. Your mother's medicine is ready. Tell her the same as usual. The girl nods, accepting a small paper packet. No money changes hands, you notice. My sister's girl, Widow Malone explains after Lizzie leaves. Sister's consumptive, tuberculosis. Medicine costs more than they can afford, but family's family. You support them? Not just me. Network of widows, we all chip in. 1 month I cover Sarah's medicine. Next month maybe I need help with coal for the stove. System works. Unless everyone's in trouble at once, you observe. That happens, she acknowledges. Bad winters, cholera summers, then we just do what we can and pray for those we can't help. Morrison, who has been quietly observing, checks his watch. We should move on if you want to meet the others. Widow Malone nods. Go see Agnes at the Sewing Circle and stop by the settlement house if you want to see the only real help these people get. Throughout the afternoon, Morrison guides you through Water Street's female spaces, places largely invisible to casual observers. A sewing circle in a tenement's common room where women gather to share work, childcare and information. A small herbalist shop run by an elderly Chinese woman who provides remedies when regular medicine is unaffordable. A soup kitchen operated by women who themselves have barely enough to eat. At each stop you hear variations on the same theme, women creating systems to compensate for society's failures, building safety nets from scraps of resources, forming alliances that make survival possible, if not comfortable. Agnes, the seamstress Widow Malone recommended, explains it best. Men make the problems, women solve them, she says, as her needle flashes through fabric. Man drinks the rent money, women figure out how to avoid eviction. Man beats his wife, women hide her until he cools off or drinks himself to death. Man abandons his family, women make sure those children eat. Doesn't seem fair, you comment. Fair? She looks up, genuinely startled by the concept. Water Street isn't about fair, it's about getting through today so you can face tomorrow. Late afternoon finds you at the settlement house, a relatively new concept in American cities, where educated reformers live among the poor they hope to help, offering practical assistance rather than just religious guidance. The settlement house is clean and orderly compared to the chaos outside. Young women from good families, the kind who could easily be living comfortable lives uptown, move purposefully through rooms designated for specific services. A small classroom where children receive basic education, a medical station where minor ailments are treated, a kitchen serving nutritious if plain meals. Morrison introduces you to Miss Bradford, a serious-looking woman in her 30s who runs the operation. Unlike the missionaries you've encountered, she has no religious pamphlets, makes no mention of salvation. Instead, she speaks of practical matters, vaccination programs, cooking classes, employment registries. We can't solve poverty, she tells you in her direct way, but we can teach a mother how to keep her baby alive despite it. We can give a girl enough education that she might find work as a shop clerk instead of a prostitute. Small victories. Does it make a difference, you ask, in the larger scheme? For the individual, yes. For Water Street as a whole? She shrugs slightly. The problems are systemic. We're putting bandages on bullet wounds. It's nearly the same metaphor Morrison used about the missions, but coming from Miss Bradford, it carries the weight of someone who recognizes the limitations of her work, yet continues regardless. The city could clean this up if they wanted to, she adds, a rare flash of anger breaking through her practical demeanor. Proper sanitation, housing regulations, fair wages, these aren't mysteries, they're political choices. Then why aren't those choices made? Because Water Street serves a purpose, she says simply. It provides cheap labour, cheap vice, cheap lives. The same businessmen who donate to charities with one hand are profiting from tenement ownership with the other. As evening approaches, you find yourself back at Dutch Mary's with Morrison, both of you nursing beers that are more water than alcohol. The day has left you mentally exhausted, the weight of so many desperate stories pressing down like a physical burden. How do you bear it, you ask Morrison. Knowing all this, seeing it every day, he considers the question seriously. You focus on the small things, Mrs. Donovan's daughter getting apprenticed to a dressmaker uptown, Widow Malone helping a girl escape the dance houses, Miss Bradford teaching a child to read. You can't fix Water Street, but maybe you can help one person climb out of it. And the rest? The rest endure. That's what humans do. We're remarkably good at it. The door opens, admitting a gust of cold air and a woman you recognize, the same one you saw days ago, drunk and singing to a lamppost. Tonight she's sober, or at least less intoxicated, her movements more controlled, though still bearing the slight hesitation of someone intimately familiar with gin. Margaret, Morrison greets her with surprising warmth. Join us? She approaches your table, studying you with shrewd eyes that miss nothing despite her reputation as the neighborhood drunk. This your journalist? Word travels fast, you observe. Margaret laughs, a surprisingly melodic sound from a ravaged throat. Fastest thing in Water Street is gossip, moves quicker than cholera. She sits without waiting for an invitation, and Dutch Mary brings her a cup of coffee without being asked. There's an odd respect in Mary's manner, suggesting Margaret holds some standing, despite her apparent position at the bottom of Water Street's social hierarchy. Morrison says you want the real story, Margaret says, fixing you with a direct gaze. Not just the blood and sin that sells papers. I do. Then ask me anything. 30 years in Water Street, I've done it all. Worked the factories till my lungs gave out, cleaned houses till my hands bled, sold myself till no one was buying. Now I just observe and occasionally talk to lampposts. She grins, showing surprising flashes of white teeth in her weathered face. Why do you stay? You ask, if it's so terrible. Where would I go? Water Street's home. I know every brick, every shadow. Out there, she gestures vaguely toward the unseen uptown. I'm just another dirty old woman. Here, I'm Margaret. Everyone knows me. Some even listen to me. She's being modest, Morrison interjects. Margaret used to be a teacher before life intervened. She still teaches anyone willing to learn. Reading, writing, and how to avoid the worst of Water Street's traps, Margaret confirms. Can't save them all, but some listen. There's something compelling about Margaret, a dignity that transcends her ragged clothes and alcohol-roughened voice. She's a survivor in the truest sense, someone who has seen the worst of Water Street and somehow retained her humanity. What should people know about this place, you ask her, if you could tell them one thing? She doesn't answer immediately, sipping her coffee with the air of someone savouring a rare luxury. Finally, she says that we're people, not exhibits, not statistics, not moral lessons, just people trying to get through each day with whatever tools we have. It's perhaps the simplest yet most profound insight you've gathered in your time here, not the corrupt police or the violent criminals or the elaborate network of vice, just people trapped in circumstances largely beyond their control, using whatever means available to survive. As darkness falls, Margaret takes her leave, declining Morrison's offer to walk her home. "Night's my time," she says cryptically. "Got rounds to make." "Rounds?" you ask Morrison after she's gone. She checks on people, the most vulnerable ones, old folks alone, sick children, new girls at the dance houses, brings soup sometimes or just company, does it every night, drunk or sober. Another piece of Water Street's complex social ecosystem falls into place. Even those who seem most defeated may serve functions invisible to outsiders. "I should head back," you tell Morrison. "Need to organise my notes, start drafting some of this." He nods. "Tomorrow?" "One more day, I think. I'd like to understand the politics better, how the system perpetuates itself, who benefits. Then I can start writing the full series." 9 o'clock here, Morrison agrees. "I'll introduce you to some people who understand the power structure. Not the obvious criminals, but the ones who really control Water Street." As you walk back to your boarding house through streets now fully dark, you reflect on how much your understanding has evolved in just a few days. The sensational elements that initially caught your attention now seem almost superficial compared to the complex social structures you've discovered. The women of Water Street, with their improvised financial systems and mutual aid networks, have created a parallel society within the official one that has failed them. Their resilience in the face of systematic oppression is both inspiring and heartbreaking, a testament to human adaptability and a damning indictment of a society that makes such adaptation necessary. In your small room, by candlelight, you review your notes from the day. The faces and voices of Water Street's women float through your mind. Mrs. Donovan with her lye-reddened hands, Widow Malone with her carefully measured portions, Miss Bradford with her practical idealism, Margaret with her lamppost soliloquies and midnight rounds. Each has found a way to create meaning in a place designed to strip humanity bare. Each has built a life from materials most would consider insufficient. Each offers a different kind of survival strategy, not just for the body, but for the soul. Tomorrow you'll learn about the politics, the power, the systemic forces that create and maintain places like Water Street. But tonight you write about the women, their strength, their networks, their quiet defiance of a world determined to break them. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. The next morning dawns grey and cold, with a persistent drizzle that somehow feels appropriate for your final day of investigation. Your small room in the boarding house has begun to feel familiar, not comfortable exactly, but known. The creaking floorboard by the door, the water stain on the ceiling shaped vaguely like a ship, the thin mattress with its particular arrangement of lumps, all have become part of your temporary existence. You dress slowly, your body now accustomed to the chill of unheated rooms, the damp that seeps through walls and into bones. Outside your window, Water Street is already awake. It never truly sleeps. People move with purpose despite the rain, heading to whatever work or schemes or desperate measures will get them through another day. Dutch Mary's is busier than usual when you arrive, the bad weather driving people to seek warmth and hot coffee. Morrison sits at what has become your table, deep in conversation with a well-dressed man who looks distinctly out of place among the workmen and dock labourers. "Arthur!" Morrison greets you, using your real first name. "Meet Patrick Sullivan. Patrick runs the Fourth Ward Democratic Club." Sullivan stands to shake your hand. His grip is firm, his smile practiced, his eyes calculating. He's a compact man in his 40s, neither handsome nor ugly, the kind of forgettable face that serves a politician well. His suit is good quality, but not ostentatious, expensive enough to signal success, modest enough to avoid resentment. "Mr. Pember," he says, pronouncing your name with the confidence of someone who makes it his business to know things. "Caleb tells me you're writing about our little corner of paradise." You glance at Morrison, who shrugs slightly. Word gets around. "Please join us," Sullivan gestures to the empty chair. "Dutch Mary's coffee isn't Delmonico's, but it'll wake the dead." As if summoned, Mary appears with coffee for you and fresh cups for the men. Sullivan slips her a coin that makes her eyebrows rise slightly before she pockets it without comment. "So," Sullivan continues once Mary has gone, "you want to understand how Water Street really works. Not just the surface mess that fills newspaper columns, but the machinery underneath." "Something like that," you agree cautiously. Sullivan leans back, studying you. "Why? Most journalists are happy with the blood and sin, sells papers. I want the truth, the whole picture." A smile flickers across his face. "Truth's a slippery thing in Water Street. Depends who's telling it, who's buying it, who's enforcing it." "Then tell me your version." He considers this, then nods slightly, coming to some internal decision. "Walk with me. Conversations like this go better in motion." Outside, the rain has eased to a fine mist. Sullivan produces an umbrella large enough to shelter both of you, leaving Morrison to follow a step behind, getting progressively damper. "First thing to understand," Sullivan begins as you walk, "is that nothing in Water Street happens by accident. Not the poverty, not the vice, not the occasional reforms that make headlines then disappear. It's all part of a system. A corrupt system, you suggest?" He laughs. "Corrupt implies there was something pure that became tainted. This system was designed exactly as it functions." You pass a policeman who nods respectfully to Sullivan. The same officer would likely have hassled or arrested you in your beggar disguise. But with Sullivan, his manner is almost deferential. "The police?" you ask, noting the interaction. "Part of it. They enforce when necessary, look away when profitable, but they're just employees, not architects." "Oh, who are the architects?" Sullivan gestures broadly, encompassing not just Water Street but the city beyond. Men who never set foot here, bankers, industrialists, politicians at levels far above my humble station, men who need cheap labour, reliable votes, profitable vice, convenient scapegoats. And where do you fit in this system? Another laugh, this one with genuine amusement. I'm middle management. I make sure the Fourth Ward delivers its votes to the right candidates. I direct certain funds to certain projects. I maintain the balance between tolerable and intolerable misery. For profit? Of course, for profit. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon, Mr. Pember. I was born 3 blocks from here, fought my way out of the gutter penny by bloody penny. Now I make sure the wheels turn and take my percentage for the service. Sullivan leads you down a side street to a nondescript building with a small sign identifying it as the Fourth Ward Democratic Association. Inside, it looks more like a social club than a political office. Men playing cards, reading newspapers, talking in small groups. They fall silent as Sullivan enters, offering nods of respect. This is where the real business of Water Street happens, Sullivan tells you, guiding you through to a back room furnished with a large table and comfortable chairs. Not in the dance halls or the saloons or even the police station. Here, where decisions are made about who thrives, who survives, and who doesn't. Morrison takes up position by the door, seemingly comfortable with his role as observer rather than participant. Sullivan gestures for you to sit at the table. Let me give you an example, he says, pouring amber liquid from a decanter into 2 glasses. Last year, a real estate consortium wanted to build warehouses where the tenements on Dover Street stand. Good business move. Locations perfect for the East River shipping. Problem is, 200 families live in those tenements. What happened? I negotiated. Consortium agreed to build new tenements 2 blocks over before demolishing the old ones. Not good tenements, mind you, just the bare minimum. But people got relocated instead of evicted. Consortium got their warehouses. I got a generous donation to the Democratic Association. Everyone won. He pauses. Well, the families still live in squalor, but a different squalor with a roof. You call that winning? Sullivan studies you over his glass. In Water Street, absolutely. They could have been on the street. Many have been for less. The ease with which he discusses human suffering as a negotiating point makes your stomach turn, but you keep your expression neutral. And the police, where do they fit? They maintain order on terms beneficial to those who matter, break up labour disputes that threaten business, ignore vices that generate profit, protect certain enterprises while shutting down competitors. Like Tommy Haddon's Shanghai operation, you suggest. Sullivan's eyebrows rise slightly. You've been thorough. Yes, Haddon pays well for protection. Ships need crews. Captains don't ask questions about where the men come from. The police ensure Haddon's operation continues smoothly. And Kit Burns' rat pits? A more complicated case. Burns is protected for now, but that may change. The winds are shifting on blood sports, too many reformers making noise, too much negative attention. Burns doesn't understand that his business model has an expiration date. You think of Burns's defiant defense of rat baiting. He truly doesn't see what Sullivan sees. That public tolerance for certain vices ebbs and flows, and successful criminals adapt accordingly. What about the missions, the reformers, the settlement houses? Sullivan smiles thinly. Necessary parts of the ecosystem. They handle problems that would otherwise become costly, provide minimal care for those who might otherwise die in the streets and create public health issues. Occasionally satisfy the conscience of uptown donors. And most importantly, they create the illusion that something is being done. You sound cynical, you observe. Realistic, he corrects. I've watched a dozen reform movements come and go. Newspaper exposés, charity campaigns, political promises. Water Street remains essentially unchanged. What would create real change? Sullivan considers this seriously. Higher wages, housing regulations, public sanitation infrastructure, consistent law enforcement rather than selective targeting. But those things cost money and reduce profits for the men who matter. So instead we get missions and moral crusades against specific vices. A knock at the door interrupts your conversation. A young man enters, whispers something to Sullivan, then leaves. Duty calls, Sullivan sighs. The boring machinery of ward politics requires my attention. But before I go, what exactly do you plan to write about Water Street, Mr. Pember? The truth, you say simply, as best I can understand it. A noble goal. His tone suggests he finds it naive. Just remember that your truth will be read primarily by people who benefit from Water Street remaining exactly as it is. They'll cluck their tongues, donate $1 to a mission, and sleep soundly believing they've done their part. He stands, straightening his cuffs. Morrison will introduce you to Eddie Flanagan next. Eddie sees a different side of Water Street politics, the ground level. Between us, you might get close to something resembling truth. With that, Sullivan is gone, leaving a vacuum of energy in the room. You realize he's one of those men whose presence fills a space completely, making it seem emptier than before once they depart. Impressed? Morrison asks, taking Sullivan's vacated seat. He's candid. Sullivan sees Water Street as a business operation, unpleasant but necessary. He's not wrong, just incomplete. And this Eddie Flanagan will provide the missing pieces? Morrison smiles. Different perspective, at least. Sullivan manages Water Street from above. Eddie survives it from within. Eddie Flanagan turns out to be a broad-shouldered man in his 30s, with a scar bisecting his left eyebrow and hands that speak of hard labour. You meet him at a small coffee shop near the docks, not Dutch Mary's, but a similar establishment catering to working men rather than criminals or sailors. Eddie's what you might call a community organiser, Morrison explains after introductions, though he'd never use such a fancy term. I handle problems, Eddie says simply. His voice is quiet but carries a weight that suggests he rarely needs to raise it to be heard when official channels aren't available or reliable. What kind of problems? Landlord refuses to fix a collapsed ceiling. Employer withholds wages. Loan shark gets too aggressive with collections. Gang of kids targeting old folks for robbery. He shrugs. Water Street has plenty of problems. And you solve them? How? Eddie's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Persuasively. You can easily imagine this solid man being very persuasive indeed, particularly with those who prey on the vulnerable, but there seems to be more to him than simple muscle. Eddie organizes mutual protection networks, Morrison explains. People in a building or on a block looking out for each other, taking turns watching children, guarding against thieves, sharing resources in emergencies. The police don't do those things, you ask, though you already know the answer. Eddie snorts. Police come when a rich man calls or when they want something. Rest of the time, we're on our own. Tell him about the fire on Pearl Street, Morrison suggests. Eddie nods, warming to his role as storyteller. 2 winters ago, tenement caught fire in the middle of the night. 6 families. Police showed up, but just kept people back. Didn't actually help. Fire brigade was slow. They always are in poor neighbourhoods. He takes a sip of coffee before continuing. So we formed a bucket line ourselves. Got everyone out. Saved most of the building. Then took in the families who lost their rooms, distributed them among neighbours until repairs were made. Without official assistance, Water Street takes care of its own, Eddie says simply. Has to. Nobody else will. Throughout the afternoon, Eddie shows you his Water Street, not the vice districts that draw thrill-seekers from uptown, not the political machinery that Sullivan manages, but the interconnected networks of ordinary people creating safety where none is provided. You meet Mrs. Chen, who came to America as a young bride and now organizes the Chinese laundry workers for mutual protection against harassment. You visit Mr. Abramowitz, whose tailor shop serves as an informal courthouse where neighborhood disputes are settled without involving police. You speak with Father Donnelly, whose church doubles as a shelter and soup kitchen without asking about religious affiliation. These are the invisible structures that make survival possible, community-created institutions that fill the gaps left by official neglect. None appear in newspaper accounts of Water Street, yet all are essential to its functioning. People see Water Street as just crime and misery, Eddie tells you as afternoon fades toward evening. They don't see the strength, the ways we've learned to survive despite everything stacked against us. The mutual aid networks, you observe. They're sophisticated. Had to be. When the cholera came through in 49, we lost hundreds because we weren't organized. When it came back in 54, we were ready, had systems for isolating the sick, caring for children whose parents fell ill, distributing clean water. Still lost people, but not nearly as many. Why doesn't the city provide these services, you ask, though again you suspect you know the answer. Eddie's expression darkens. Ask your friend Sullivan. City services go where money and votes dictate. Water Street has votes, but uses them wrong, according to men like Sullivan. We're bargaining chips, not citizens. As you walk back toward your boarding house in the gathering dusk, Morrison is unusually quiet. Finally, he speaks. So now you've seen it all. The vice, the corruption, the poverty, the survival networks. What will you tell your readers? It's the question that's been growing in your mind throughout this final day. How to convey the complex reality of Water Street, not just its sensational horrors, but its surprising strengths, its invisible resilience, its human dignity amid degradation. The truth, you say, echoing your answer to Sullivan, that Water Street isn't just a collection of statistics or sensational anecdotes. It's people making impossible choices in an unjust system. Some become Tommy Haddon or Kit Burns, profiting from others' misery. Some become Margaret or Eddie, creating systems of mutual support. Most just endure day after day, because what choice do they have? Morrison nods, seemingly satisfied. The story doesn't usually get told that way. It should. At your boarding house, Morrison pauses. Last night in Water Street? Yes, I have what I need now. I'll start writing tomorrow, back at my hotel. Been interesting, he says simply, offering his hand. You saw more than most outsiders bother to. You shake his hand, suddenly aware of how much your perspective has changed in just a few days. You came seeking sensation, dramatic scenes of vice and crime for your newspaper series. You found those, certainly, but also something far more complex. A community with its own rules, hierarchies, systems of mutual support, all existing in the shadows of society's neglect. Thank you, you tell Morrison with genuine gratitude. I couldn't have understood any of this without your guidance. A rare smile crosses his usually stoic face. Write it true, Arthur. That's all I ask. Alone in your room, you organize your extensive notes, pages filled with observations, quotes, details that will form the foundation of your series. The faces of Water Street parade through your memory. Tommy Haddon calculating his profits from stolen lives, Kit Burns defending his bloody entertainment, the dance house women with their gaudy finery and dead eyes, Mrs. Donovan's lie-reddened hands, Widow Malone measuring dried peas with military precision, Margaret singing to her lamppost, Sullivan orchestrating the machinery of managed misery, Eddie building protection from the ground up. Water Street is all of them. Predators and prey, exploiters and exploited, those who profit from desperation and those who fight against it. No simple narrative can contain its contradictions. No single moral can encompass its complexities. As you fall asleep on your lumpy mattress for the last time, you're already composing the opening paragraphs of your series in your mind, not sensationalized accounts of vice and crime, though those elements will feature, not sentimental portraits of noble poverty, though you've seen true nobility amid the squalor, but something truer. A community of human beings making their way through an inhospitable world with whatever tools they possess, creating meaning and structure where society has provided none. In the morning, you'll shed your workman's disguise, reclaim your identity as Arthur Pember, barrister-turned-journalist, and return to the relative comfort of your hotel. You'll write the stories that will shock and move your readers, perhaps even inspire some to action beyond the temporary salve of charity. But tonight, you're still part of Water Street, just another soul in this patchwork community of the forgotten, listening to the sounds of life continuing around you, resilient and persistent despite everything. The rain has stopped. Through your small window you can see a patch of night sky where the clouds have briefly parted. A single star shines through the gap. Distant, cold, beautiful. In Water Street, even small moments of beauty feel like victories. You fall asleep to the lullaby of a city that never truly quiets. Muffled conversations, distant laughter, the occasional shout, the persistent creak of old buildings settling into their foundations. Tomorrow, you'll tell their story. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. Morning arrives with surprising gentleness, a soft gold light filtering through your grimy window. For once, the perpetual clouds over Water Street have parted, allowing actual sunshine to touch the dilapidated buildings. It feels almost like a farewell gift. You pack your few belongings, notebook filled with observations, pencil worn to a nub, the workman's clothes that have been your disguise. Your real clothes, the ones you arrived in, are bundled in a paper package Morrison brought yesterday. The fine wool feels alien against your fingers after days of rough cotton. Your landlady is sweeping the narrow hallway when you descend the stairs, her movements as brisk and irritated as the first day you met her. "Leaving?" she asks, though it's clearly not a question. "Yes, thank you for the room." She snorts softly. It's a room, nothing to thank for. You pay her the daily rate plus a little extra. She counts it carefully, then looks at you with slightly more interest. "You're that newspaper man," she says suddenly. "The one asking questions all over." "Yes," you admit, seeing no point in denial. She studies you for a moment longer. "Tell it straight," she says finally. "Not just the blood and sin. That's not all we are." "I will," you promise, touched by her unexpected concern for Water Street's reputation. Outside, the neighborhood looks different in the morning sunlight. Still poor, still rough, but somehow less menacing. Children play in the street, women hang laundry from windows, men head to whatever work they've found for the day, regular life continuing despite the hardships. You make one last stop at Dutch Mary's for breakfast. The place is quieter than usual, the morning rush already gone. Mary herself brings you coffee without asking, her massive presence somehow comforting in its familiarity. "Last meal in paradise?" she asks, a rare smile cracking her stern face. "How does everyone know I'm leaving?" She shrugs. Water Street knows its own business. The eggs and bread taste better than usual, or perhaps you've simply grown accustomed to the peculiar flavors of Water Street cuisine. As you eat, you observe the other patrons, working men mostly, eating quickly before heading to their jobs, not the criminals or the desperately poor, but the backbone of Water Street, those who cling to respectability by their fingernails, one missed paycheck away from disaster. They talk in low voices about ordinary things, work troubles, family matters, small triumphs and disappointments. Their concerns would be recognizable to working people anywhere. It's a reminder that beneath the sensational elements that draw outside attention, Water Street is fundamentally a community of human beings trying to build lives with inadequate materials. When you finish eating, Mary refuses your payment. "On the house," she says gruffly, "write something true." It's the second time this morning someone has asked you for truth rather than sensation, an unexpected burden of responsibility. You thank her and step out into the sunshine, ready for the transition back to your regular life. The walk to your hotel takes you through progressively cleaner, safer, more prosperous streets. With each block, you feel Water Street receding behind you, not just physically, but psychologically, as if you're shedding a skin you temporarily inhabited. By the time you reach the hotel, you almost feel like Arthur Pember again, Oxford-educated journalist, rather than the nameless beggar or workman you've been pretending to be. The hotel doorman hesitates when you approach, clearly confused by your appearance, the fine clothes you've changed into not quite disguising the days of Water Street grime still embedded in your skin and hair. "Mr. Pember," you remind him, and his face clears. "Of course, sir. Welcome back." Your room, your real room, feels absurdly luxurious after your Water Street lodgings. The bed with its clean linens and actual mattress, the wash basin with hot running water, the silence, blessed silence without thin walls transmitting every cough and argument from adjacent rooms. You strip off your clothes and stand in the bath, watching the water turn grey, then black as days of Water Street grime sluice from your body. You scrub until your skin is pink and raw, as if you could wash away not just the dirt, but the memories, the smells, the sounds. But those remain, etched into your consciousness, demanding to be recorded. Clean, shaved, dressed in fresh clothes, you sit at the writing desk by the window. Outside, respectable New York goes about its business. Well-dressed pedestrians, elegant carriages, evidence of wealth and comfort. It's hard to believe Water Street exists in the same city, though it's only a mile or so away. You begin to write. When is a man not a man? When is a woman not a woman? When they dwell in Water Street, New York. The words from the transcript feel right as you're opening. This isn't just reporting, it's an indictment of a society that allows human beings to be reduced to something less than human through systematic neglect and exploitation. The pages fill quickly as you describe what you've seen, heard, experienced. The physical details come easily. The overcrowded tenements, the disease-breeding gutters, the dance houses with their barely clothed women, the saloons where men drink themselves into oblivion. But you take special care with the human elements that might otherwise be overlooked. The dignity amid degradation, the systems of mutual aid, the surprising resilience of those who have every reason to surrender to despair. You write about Tommy Haddon with his Shanghai operation, Kit Burns with his rat-baiting pits, the corrupt police who maintain the system rather than enforcing the law. But you also write about Margaret checking on the vulnerable despite her own alcoholism, Widow Malone stretching resources to help others, Eddie Flanagan organising protection networks where official protection fails. Afternoon stretches into evening as you write, pausing only to light lamps as darkness falls. The words pour out of you, demanding release. This isn't just another newspaper series. It feels like testimony, bearing witness to a reality most of your readers will never experience directly. When you finally stop, hand cramping from hours of continuous writing, you have the framework for your entire series. New York's underworld after dark, the mysteries of Water Street exposed. Your editor will be pleased. The sensational elements will sell papers, while the deeper social analysis might actually educate readers about the true conditions in their city. A knock at your door interrupts your thoughts. A bellboy delivers a note from your editor at the Tribune requesting a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss your findings. You dash off a quick reply confirming the appointment, then return to your desk reviewing what you've written. Will it make a difference? Will readers care about Water Street beyond the vicarious thrill of reading about vice and crime from the safety of their comfortable homes? Will politicians be moved to address the systemic issues that create and maintain such neighborhoods? You think of Sullivan with his cynical view of reform movements that come and go while leaving fundamental conditions unchanged. Perhaps he's right. Perhaps exposés like yours are just another part of the machinery, creating the illusion of concern without prompting real action. But then you remember Morrison's parting words. "Write it true, Arthur, that's all I ask." And the landlady's unexpected plea, "Tell it straight, not just the blood and sin, that's not all we are." And Dutch Mary's gruff command, "Write something true." Truth may not be sufficient to create change, but it's necessary. Without accurate accounts of Water Street's reality, there's no hope for meaningful reform. Your articles won't save Water Street, but they might be one small step toward awakening public conscience. As midnight approaches, you finally prepare for bed, a real bed with clean sheets and a soft pillow. Your body aches for rest after days of tension and discomfort, but as you lie in the darkness, sleep proves elusive. Your mind continues to race with images and voices from Water Street. Margaret singing to her lamppost, the dead-eyed dance-house girls, the children playing in gutters flowing with filth, the casual violence of everyday interactions. The contrast between your current comfort and the conditions you just left feels almost obscene. Here you lie in clean sheets while thousands suffer less than a mile away. You can leave Water Street behind, its residents cannot. I spoke with a historian who studied investigative journalism of this period. She told me Pember's articles caused quite a stir when published, with many readers expressing shock at conditions they hadn't known existed in their city. Some reform efforts followed, though as Sullivan predicted, most addressed specific symptoms rather than underlying causes. Still, Pember's work helped set a template for investigative journalism that exposed social ills. Sleep finally comes, but your dreams are filled with Water Street, not its horrors, but its people going about their business with the strange dignity you observed even in the worst circumstances. They don't need your pity, these dream figures seem to say. They need justice, opportunity, the same chance at decent lives that more fortunate citizens take for granted. You wake early, refreshed despite your troubled dreams. Today, you'll meet with your editor, begin the process of transforming raw observations into a polished series that will introduce Water Street to Tribune readers. The real work is just beginning. Over breakfast in the hotel dining room, fresh eggs, crisp bacon, coffee that actually tastes of coffee, you organize your thoughts. The series will need to balance sensational elements that attract readers with substantive analysis that educates them. It must shock without exploiting, expose without dehumanizing, critique without condescending. As you're finishing your meal, a newspaper boy enters the dining room, hawking the morning edition. Extra raid on Water Street dance houses, police arrest dozens. You purchase a paper and scan the front page article. Last night, it seems, police conducted a massive raid on several Water Street establishments, including Tommy Haddon's place and 2 dance houses you visited. The article portrays this as a triumph of law enforcement against vice, with quotes from officials promising to clean up the Fourth Ward once and for all. You know better. This is just another performance in the ongoing theatre of Water Street governance, periodic shows of enforcement that change nothing fundamental, that likely were arranged in advance with bribes determining which establishments were targeted and which were warned. By next week, business will continue as usual, perhaps with slightly different players or in slightly different locations. At the Tribune offices, your editor greets you enthusiastically. George Sanders is a burly man in his 50s, a veteran newsman who recognizes a good story when he sees one. Pember, you look like you've been through the wars. He gestures to a chair across from his desk. Tell me you got something worth the risk. You outline what you've discovered, showing him your draft of the first article. As he reads, his eyebrows rise progressively higher. This is not what I expected, he says finally. I sent you for blood and thunder, dance houses, crimes, Shanghai operations, the stuff that sells papers. It's all there, you point out, but in context. He reads more, nodding slowly. The social analysis, the economic systems, the community structures, that's not typical crime reporting. Water Street isn't just a crime story, it's a human story, a political story. Sanders leans back in his chair, considering. It's good work, Pember. Different, but good. We'll run it as a 12-part series, starting Sunday. Lead with the most sensational elements to hook readers, then layer in the deeper analysis. By the time they realize they're reading sociology instead of crime reporting, they'll be too invested to stop. You leave the Tribune offices with a sense of accomplishment. The series is approved, the first installment will appear this weekend, and Sanders has granted you unusual freedom to tell the story your way. Walking back to your hotel, you pass a newsboy shouting about the Water Street raids. A well-dressed woman purchases a paper, scans the headline, and comments to her companion, "Something should be done about those dreadful places. Such sin and degradation." You're tempted to stop to tell her what you've learned, that Water Street isn't just sin and degradation, but a complex community of people struggling within an unjust system. But what would be the point? Your articles will make that argument more effectively than a strange man accosting her on the street. In the following weeks, as your series runs in the Tribune, you receive various responses, letters from outraged citizens demanding reform, invitations to address charitable organizations, angry denunciations from officials who claim you've exaggerated conditions. A terse note from Sullivan, accurate but naive, nothing will change. Yet small changes do occur. A committee is formed to investigate tenement conditions. A mission opens that focuses on practical aid rather than just religious conversion. A particularly corrupt police captain is transferred out of the Fourth Ward. Not revolution, not wholesale reform, but incremental improvements that might make life marginally better for some Water Street residents. It's less than they deserve, but more than they had before your articles appeared. One afternoon, about a month after your return from Water Street, you receive a visitor at the Tribune offices, Caleb Morrison, looking slightly uncomfortable in the respectable surroundings. "Read your articles," he says without preamble. "You kept your promise, told it straight. Has there been any real impact?" you ask. "Some," The worst dance houses got shut down, though the girls just moved to other establishments. Tommy Haddon's been more careful, working through more middlemen. Kit Burns is feeling the heat, might have to find a new line of work. And the people? The regular residents? Morrison's expression softens slightly. Margaret asked me to thank you, said you saw Water Street clearly, not just its sins, but its humanity. The widow, too, she's getting more customers from uptown, people who read your articles and want to see Water Street for themselves. Tourists, you say, slightly disgusted. Money's money, Morrison shrugs. She's using it to expand her loan circle. You talk a while longer about specific people you met. Eddie Flanagan organising tenants to demand repairs, Mrs. Donovan teaching her daughter to read between laundry shifts, the settlement house expanding its services, small victories amid continuing hardship. When Morrison leaves, you feel a complex mixture of emotions: satisfaction that your work has had some positive effect, frustration that the fundamental conditions remain largely unchanged, nostalgia for the strange intensity of your Water Street days. You were only there a week, yet the experience has altered something essential in your understanding of humanity, its capacity for both cruelty and kindness, exploitation and solidarity, despair and resilience. Water Street showed you both the worst and the best of what people can be when pushed to extremes. In the years that follow, you write many more articles, cover many more stories, but none affects you quite like Water Street. It becomes your touchstone, your reference point for evaluating other situations, other communities, other human struggles. When you eventually return to England, you carry Water Street with you, not just in your notebooks, but in your consciousness, a permanent alteration in how you see the world. Long after your series has been forgotten by most readers, long after Water Street itself has been transformed by development and demographic changes, something of its spirit lives on in you. The unexpected dignity you discovered there, the systems of mutual aid created by those with nothing to spare, the stubborn persistence of humanity in the most inhospitable conditions. And sometimes, in your dreams, you still walk those narrow streets, still hear Margaret's drunken singing, still feel the pulse of that complex, troubled, resilient community that existed in the shadow of America's prosperity. Water Street, a place where humans could become something less than human, or sometimes, against all odds, something more. As you drift towards sleep in your comfortable bed, so different from the lumpy mattresses of Water Street, you might reflect on how fortunate you are. Clean sheets, soft pillows, the security of knowing tomorrow holds no immediate threats. These simple comforts were unimaginable luxuries to the people you met in those dangerous slums. Let your body sink deeper into your mattress as you appreciate its support. Allow your muscles to relax, releasing the tension of the day. Your eyelids grow heavy as you remember Arthur Pember's courage in exposing those harsh conditions, his determination to tell the truth about a world most people never saw. Perhaps, like Pember, you've faced challenges today that tested your strength. Now it's time to rest. For 40 years, Frank Glazer lived a life that would kill most men in days. He crossed freezing rivers alone, out-tracked native hunters, shot wolves for the government but respected them more than most humans, and called a dirt-floored cabin home for 13 brutal winters. He walked the line between hunter and naturalist, killer and caretaker, myth and man. Here's what life was really like for Alaska's most fearless mountain man you've never heard of. Before we start, if these stories help you sleep, hit subscribe so you don't miss any. Comment where you're at and the time too. Kind of fun seeing all the different places. Someone from Iceland commented once and I had to Google what time zone that even is. Okay, tonight we're heading to Alaska in 1915, but before we go anywhere, get cozy. Like, actually cozy. Pillows good? Blanket situation handled? Perfect. Trust me on this one. You wake up to pitch darkness, the kind of darkness that swallows everything. Your breath clouds in front of your face, visible even in the dim light. It's so cold your nose hairs have frozen, not like the gentle chill that has you reaching for an extra blanket. We're talking about the kind of cold that kills. This is Alaska, 1915, and right now you're Frank Glazer. 26 years old, single, done with normal life. A few hours ago, you walked out of Washington State with 2 duffels, a .306 Winchester rifle, binoculars, and what the locals might call a hunger for chaos. You've just stepped off the SS Mariposa onto Alaskan soil, and what greets you isn't a welcome committee. It's 25 feet of snow in Thompson Pass. You'll never make it, someone tells you. 3 men died trying to reach Fairbanks last month. You just adjust your pack straps and keep walking. See, the thing about Frank Glazer that made him different, he wasn't running to something. He wasn't chasing gold or glory like everyone else flooding into Alaska back then. He was just done. Done with whatever passed for civilization back in Washington. Done with people, probably. I came to Alaska looking for game, he'd say years later. What I found was something wilder. What he found was a 371-mile death march to Fairbanks. I'm serious. That's what it was. No roads, no trains, just a crude trail through what locals described as part sludge pit, part ice trap, part murder alley. And Frank walked right into it without blinking. The locals in Valdez didn't sugarcoat it. Too much snow in the pass, they warned, and rivers got no bridges. 2 men got killed in Copper Center last fall. You know what most people would do hearing that? Turn around, get back on the boat, tell everyone back home, yeah, I tried Alaska, wasn't for me, not Frank. Instead, he finds an old sourdough. That's what they called the experienced pioneers, the ones who'd survived at least one winter, and convinces the guy to be his trail partner. Frank shoves his supplies into a rucksack and they hit the trail. The rest of the newcomers, the soft city chichacos as the locals called them, were hauling way too much gear and wearing what might as well have been dress shoes. Once they hit waist-deep snow, they broke. Feet sore, packs soaked, spirits crushed. Picture this, you're knee-deep in snow that sometimes goes up to your waist. Your boots are soaked through, your toes are numb, then painful, then numb again, which is worse because that's when frostbite sets in. One guy named Knockout Solomon, and I'm not making that up, was cursing non-stop because his fancy high-end boots basically chewed his feet into raw meat. Should have gone with moose hide, the sourdough probably told him. Too late now, but Frank just kept walking. I've been outdoors, I've hiked, I've camped, but this was a different universe of hardship. The nights were brutal. The snow would crust just enough to make you think it was solid, then cave in without warning. You'd plunge waist deep, have to claw your way out, then take 2 more steps and repeat the whole process. You'll never make it unless it crusts again tonight, the owner of Ptarmigan Drop Roadhouse told them. Frank didn't wait. Waiting meant frostbite or worse. The thing about Alaska that I don't think we can even comprehend today is the rivers. Today we've got bridges, right? Highways, GPS. Back then, you'd hit a river and there'd be nothing. No bridge, no boat, just an icy torrent cutting through your path. So what do? Well, if you're Frank Glazer in 1915, the answer is simple and also completely insane. You strip naked. Yeah. In temperatures that could freeze spit before it hits the ground, you take off your clothes, you bundle them up with your gear to keep them dry, then you wade through a river so cold it feels like your skin is being sliced open with every step. One time, Frank actually soaked his bleeding feet in the freezing water, then dried them, pulled on fresh socks, and kept moving. That toughened me up, he said later, like it was nothing, like stepping into ice water with open wounds was just a normal Tuesday. I'd have quit right there, would have been like, you know what, Washington State wasn't so bad. The roadhouses came every 20 miles or so. Some were open, some were boarded up tight. At Upper Tonsina, Frank got a bed and immediately regretted it. His trail partner took one look at him the next day and said, "You're lousy, Glazer. Should have checked the bed." Lousy, as in covered in lice. After that, Frank chose stars over sheets. Decided he'd rather freeze than itch. That sourdough partner eventually peeled off to work a mine, and so Frank went solo, that's right, alone in one of the most hostile environments on Earth, without GPS or cell phones or Gore-Tex or any of the high-tech gear we'd consider essential today. He slept by day and hiked by night, constantly scanning for game, for shelter, for anything that seemed off. He'd developed this sixth sense already, something that would define him for the next 4 decades, an awareness of everything around him, a way of reading the wild like it was sending him signals no one else could hear. At Copper Center, he developed what locals called musher's knee, this deep, grinding ache from dragging 60 pounds through mud and snow. The local fix? Stand in an icy stream until your legs go numb, dry off, keep going. I mean, the medical care back then was basically just various forms of torture that sometimes accidentally helped. And this remedy, it sounds insane, but it actually worked. The cold reduced inflammation, numbed the pain. People who live in extreme environments develop extreme solutions. You know what's interesting about that trail? A historian once told me? It didn't just test your body, it messed with your head. Copper Center had stories that would follow Frank. There, the McRaes bred silver and black foxes worth a fortune. Frank learned quick that if you mess with a nesting vixen, she'll kill her own pups rather than let them be taken. He also heard about a triple murder from the previous fall. One guy's arm turned up in a sled dog's mouth, another had 7.22 bullets in his back. Picture yourself there. You're alone in the wilderness, it's getting dark, and you've just heard about dismembered bodies being found in this exact area. Plus, now the snow is turning to bog, which means mosquitoes. Not the annoying kind we deal with in summer. We're talking swarms so thick they could block out the sun. They hit like they'd been starving for weeks. Frank picked up a bed net at a trading post. Might have been the smartest thing he ever bought, an old-timer told me. In Galkana, he passed a signal corps shack where a lynx lounged on the desk and rode stray dogs like ponies. Tame Dal sheep climbed haylofts, foxes twitched in wire cages, marten farms bloomed in the mud. It's like the wild and civilization blurred into one weird mess. That's Alaska for you. Places where the rules we take for granted just don't apply. Then came sourdough. Not a person, a roadhouse, and not just any roadhouse. This one was run by swearing Molly. 6'2", sharp-tongued, didn't take crap from anyone. She cursed like a dock worker and cooked like a chef. When Frank showed up, she was mid-rant, chasing some poor guy out with a storm of insults. Then she looked at Frank like nothing had happened and said, "You hungry? Come in, have some coffee." Her place was spotless, carpeted floors, curtained windows, warm fire. It was a magnet for traders, trappers, drifters, anyone with a story or scars. Molly ran the joint like a queen. Once she got sweet on a driver named Jack Bishop. He mailed her a fake gold nugget made of salt. She showed it off all summer, thought she'd struck it rich. When the truth came out, she vowed revenge, then forgave him by spring. That was Molly, fire and grace wrapped up in boots. When Frank left, the ground got worse. Spruce log roads turned to deep, sucking mud. The trail climbed again past Paxton Lake, past Summit Lake, both frozen solid in May. Somewhere along the ice, Frank met Bobby Sheldon, the first guy to drive from Fairbanks to Valdez. He was hacking at ice, trying to drag a busted Model T across it. Frank jumped in, swinging tools for hours. Bobby was a real pioneer, Frank would say later, almost with admiration, which wasn't something he gave out easily. A miner named Matt McGovern, 52, joined Frank for a stretch. Decent guy until he almost shot Frank while fiddling with a pistol. Then McGovern remembered he'd left $400 in a vest back at Paxton's, about $11,000 in today's money. The guy turned around, ran all the way back and came grinning with the cash like it was no big deal. These people weren't normal, none of them, including Frank. They timed river crossings for noon before meltwater swelled from the day's sun. Midnight hits and those rivers will kill you, Frank said. One wrong step and you're gone. He saw it happen later. Sheldon lost a whole Model T to a river and spent weeks pretending to pan gold out of the wreck. I guess when you lose everything, you either break down or make jokes. At Yost's Roadhouse, things turned gloomy. 12 people had frozen to death there one winter. Blizzards blinded travelers just yards from the door. The army had put up a fence and a bell that clanged in the wind, hoping it might save the next poor soul who got caught out there. Frank also heard about stagecoach passengers dumped in a whiteout, crawling blind in the snow while a signal corps sergeant dragged them in one at a time. And past Yost's, the wild bit back. Grizzly tracks the size of snowshoes crossed the trail. Frank always kept his rifle loaded and close. Snowshoe hares bolted like sparks, tearing bark off willows like locusts. The rhythm out there was simple. Eat, freeze, survive, repeat. By the time Frank limped into Fairbanks, he was wrecked, scarred from lice, feet shredded, eyes hollow. He'd walked nearly 400 miles through some of the nastiest terrain on the continent. Broke, beat up, tough as rawhide, but he'd made it. He was home, nobody there to greet him, no parade, no handshake, no welcome to Fairbanks banner, just a raw frontier town full of people either chasing fortune or running from something. Frank wasn't doing either. He was just looking for a place where he could be alone with the wild, a place that would test him every day, a place where survival wasn't taken for granted. He found it, and in doing so, he found himself. You lie in your bed, unlike Frank, who slept on frozen ground or in lousy roadhouses. You pull your blanket tighter, grateful for walls that keep out the wind, for running water that isn't a freezing river you have to cross naked, for the simple luxury of being warm, of being safe. And as you drift, you wonder, what would make a man choose that life? What was Frank Glazer running from? Or maybe, what was he running toward? This was just the beginning. Frank Glazer's Alaskan adventure had only just begun, and the wild was waiting to test him in ways he couldn't imagine. The wolves hadn't even entered his story yet, but they would, soon enough. Frank Glazer didn't hunt for sport. He hunted to eat, to survive, to make $1. In Alaska, meat was currency, and currency meant staying alive. Frank limped into Fairbanks with feet torn to shreds, his body battered from the journey, but his eyes, they were scanning the horizon already. He saw nothing but wild country stretched in every direction and went straight to work. From 1915 to 1924, Frank was what they called a market hunter. In those days, before supermarkets and refrigerated trucks, the people in frontier towns like Fairbanks needed meat. Miners, traders, roadhouse operators, they all had money, but they didn't have the time or skills to hunt. That's where men like Frank came in. He scouted the Alaska range, picked his grounds, and got busy. The The rhythm was simple: shoot, butcher, haul, sell, repeat. You're probably thinking, wait, he just walked 371 miles through hell and now he's going hunting? Yeah, that's exactly what he did. No rest, no recovery time. The wilderness doesn't give you a break just because you're tired. Frank moved through the slopes near the Valdez Trail like a shadow. Caribou, Dall sheep, moose. He tracked them through silence, through storms, knew their patterns like a map burned into his head. He carried that .306 Winchester like it was part of his arm. When Frank raised that rifle, one guy said years later, something dropped every time. He packed light when he hunted. Just the rifle, some ammunition, basic supplies. He'd disappear into the backcountry for days at a time. No radio, no backup, just Frank and whatever animal he was tracking. When he returned to civilization, he hauled hundreds of pounds of meat, sometimes dragging it through snow on a makeshift sled, sometimes packing it over ridgeline trails on his back. He sold it for 25 cents a pound. That's about $7 in today's money. There was no show to it, no ego, just blood, cold, and the math of survival. "How do you know where to find that moose?" someone once asked him. Frank just shrugged. "You listen to what the land's telling you." One time he dropped a moose cow deep in the woods, miles from anywhere. Most hunters would have taken the choice cuts and left the rest. Not Frank. He hauled the meat out solo, load by load, over 3 days, slept under spruce boughs when skies were clear, huddled by warm rocks when they weren't. No partner, no backup. "I got used to it," he said later. "Didn't need anybody. I had the animals." Game was thick in Alaska back then, and surprisingly fearless. Animals hadn't learned to fear humans yet. There just weren't enough people around. He once spotted Dall sheep across a canyon. They didn't see him. He belly crawled a mile through frozen brush, picked one, dropped it, then skinned it in the snow and packed it home. For Frank, there was no thrill in the kill, just meat, money, and calculating how long it would last. You have to understand, market hunting wasn't a job. It was survival. There were no roads, no shortcuts, just rough trails, steep climbs, deep creeks, 1 minute sun, next minute blizzard. The weather turns on you up there, an old-timer told me once. No warning. Blue sky can go white in 10 minutes. Then you're in trouble. Once a storm pinned Frank down for 3 days. He crawled under spruce boughs, a moose carcass just yards away. The wind howled like a banshee. That's not just a saying, that's actually what it sounds like when wind cuts through black spruce at 40 below. Frank curled up in his sleeping bag and hoped the bears didn't smell the meat. "Too cold to worry," he said later. "Too cold to move." Food ran thin often. He shot ptarmigan when he could find them, those Arctic grouse that turn white in winter. When game was scarce, he boiled bones and scraps, dug roots, picked bulbs, ate whatever the land offered. "I didn't waste nothing," he said. "If I killed it, I used it." Unlike trophy hunters, Frank didn't care about antlers unless they meant extra cash. "I never shot cows if I could help it," he said. Same with ewes. Took bulls, took rams, left the breeders. He didn't do this out of some ethical stance or conservation mindset. It was pure logic. If you kill the breeding females, there won't be any game next year. And if there's no game, you starve. Frank hunted where the ground tried to kill you. Loose rock, ice-covered logs, steep slopes, places where a twisted ankle meant death. Rivers like the Delta and Little Tock weren't just cold, they were deadly. In spring, they rose fast, fed by snowmelt. One crossing, he lost half a moose when his pack slipped. Meat gone. "Damn shame," he said. "That was good meat." His rifle was part of him. Even in his 60s, he wore no glasses. He could spot fur on a ridge at distances that made other hunters squint. The gun was always loaded, always within reach, not just for hunting, for protection. If you've never been in bear country, you can't understand what it means to be prey. In most of our modern lives, we're at the top of the food chain. We don't think about being eaten, but in Alaska, especially back then, you were just another animal. And often you weren't the biggest or the strongest. The winters were dead quiet. Snow muffled every sound. Wind whispered through trees. Frank went weeks without hearing a human voice. I never got lonesome, he told a writer named Jim Reardon years later. I had my rifle, I had work to do. He packed meat to roadhouses and camps, anywhere that paid. $0.25 a pound mattered when you had nothing. I could pack 100 pounds easy, Frank said. Did it all the time. His journal entries from those years don't ramble, just facts, clipped and direct. Shot 2 moose, packed 1 down, too much snow for dogs, slept rough, snowed all night. Another entry, wind bad, nearly lost sled, killed 1 caribou, feet froze. There was no room for mistakes. Twist a knee, you're stuck. No food, you starve. Break an ankle, you die. But Frank didn't slow down. He kept moving, tracking, hauling, hustling meat through deep snow and dead silence just to earn $1. No rangers, no safety net, just you, your rifle, and whatever you could carry out. You're lying in your warm bed right now, maybe sipping something hot, comfortable, safe. Frank went years without any of that. Years where each day was a fight to survive, where comfort was a luxury he couldn't afford. You know what really stands out about Frank during these years? He was alone, completely alone, but he wasn't running from people. He wasn't some misanthrope who hated humanity. He just preferred the quiet, the simplicity of survival, the honest transaction between him and the wild. People complicate things, he said once. Animals are straight with you. They're trying to live, same as you. No lies, no games. The hunting was hard physical labour, but it suited him. Up before dawn most days, moving through forest and tundra in silence, reading tracks, watching wind direction, checking snow conditions. Frank spoke the wild's language, moved through it like he belonged. "Game's smarter than you think," he said once. "You got to outthink it, outwalk it, outfreeze it if that's what it takes." The Alaska Range, where Frank did most of his hunting, is brutal country. Peaks jutting up to 13,000 feet, valleys so deep they don't see sun for months in winter, glaciers that can swallow you whole if you step wrong. Frank knew every ridge, every pass. He learned the terrain inch by inch, paid for that knowledge with frozen fingers and hungry nights. He had a map in his head, said Oscar Vogel, who knew him later, more detailed than anything on paper. Most market hunters worked in pairs at least, sharing the load, watching each other's backs. Frank preferred going solo, less talk, more focus. No one to slow him down or second-guess his decisions, and his decisions were absolute. If he decided to cross a pass in a storm, that's what he did. If he chose to track a bull moose for 3 days, he stayed with it until the job was done. One winter, temperatures dropped to 60 below for 2 weeks straight. Most hunters stayed in, waited it out. Frank kept working. He'd build small fires, just enough to keep his hands functioning, then move on, keep the blood flowing, stay alive. "Cold will kill you," a trapper told me once, "but so will sitting still. It's a balance." Frank found that balance. He respected the cold, prepared for it, but never surrendered to it. There was one close call in 1920. Frank was tracking a caribou herd near the Tok River when a storm blew in from nowhere. Visibility dropped to 0, wind howling, snow blasting sideways. He lost the trail, lost his bearings. For 3 hours he wandered, growing colder by the minute. Most people would have panicked. Frank just kept moving, working in a grid pattern until he found a familiar landmark, a lightning-struck spruce he recognized even in the whiteout. From there, he navigated to a line shack he knew was nearby, spent 3 days there, waiting out the storm. "Wasn't worried," he said later, "just inconvenienced." The man's capacity for understatement was legendary. By 1924, Frank had established himself as one of the most reliable meat hunters in interior Alaska. Store owners would pay premium prices for his game because they knew it would be properly dressed, properly handled. Frank's meat never spoiled, one shopkeeper said. Man knew how to treat an animal from kill to kitchen. But something was changing in Frank. Years alone in the wild, watching animals, tracking them, killing them, it changes a person. You start to see patterns, start to understand the balance of things. Frank was noticing wolves more and more, seeing how they hunted, how they moved, how they lived. They fascinated him, not as targets, as teachers. The wolves of Alaska were different from those in the lower 48. Bigger, for one thing. 130 pounds wasn't uncommon. Smart, too. They hunted in coordinated packs, taking down moose 10 times their size. Frank watched them whenever he could, made notes, observed their habits. He wasn't studying them scientifically. He was learning from them, the way they chose their prey, the way they moved through snow, the way they conserved energy. Wolves don't waste effort, he told a biologist years later. They don't show off. They do what needs doing, then rest. People could learn from that. Most hunters hated wolves, saw them as competition, as vermin to be eliminated. Frank saw them differently, with respect, maybe even admiration. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't sentimental about them. He still hunted, still killed for meat and money, but he recognized something in those wolves. A kindred spirit, maybe. Another survivor in a land that killed the careless. Winter in Alaska isn't just cold, it's dark. Near the Arctic Circle, the sun barely rises in December and January. Just a few hours of twilight, then darkness again. It messes with your head all that night. Frank adapted, started using the darkness like wolves do, hunting at dusk and dawn when prey is moving, but visibility still works in your favor. He became nocturnal when needed, diurnal when that made more sense. You don't fight the land, he said. You don't fight the weather or the light. You work with what's given. By the end of 1924, Frank was looking for something different. The market hunting was steady work, but it wasn't challenging him anymore. He wanted something more permanent, something he could build. He'd been eyeing a spot along the Savage River, deep in what's now Denali National Park. Remote, wild, game-rich, perfect. That fall, he made his decision. He'd build a cabin there, stake his claim, make it home. I wanted a place, he said simply, just a place that was mine. For nearly a decade, Frank had lived like a ghost, passing through the Alaska wilderness, leaving almost no trace. Now he was ready to put down roots, just not anywhere near other people. The Savage River would be his home for the next 13 years, and there in that isolated valley the legend of the Wolfman would truly begin. That's where we'll pick up next. Frank building his cabin on the Savage River, a home so remote that months would pass without him seeing another human face, a place where wolves would become his closest neighbors, his subjects of study, and eventually his prey. But that night, As he prepared for this new chapter, Frank Glazer slept under stars so bright and cold they seemed to burn. The northern lights danced green and purple across the black sky. The temperature dropped to 30 below. And Frank, wrapped in his sleeping bag beside a small fire, was exactly where he wanted to be. You pull your blanket a little tighter, thinking about that kind of cold, the kind that burns your lungs when you breathe, the kind that turns your breath to ice crystals that fall tinkling to the ground. You're warm, comfortable, safe. Frank Glazer chose to live without any of that comfort in exchange for something most of us will never understand: absolute freedom, absolute solitude, absolute independence. Was it worth it? For Frank, there was never any question. The wild had claimed him. He belonged to Alaska now. Frank Glazer built his Savage River cabin in 10 days flat. No crew, no plans, no power tools, just an axe, muscle, and a brain made for solving problems in the middle of nowhere. Picture yourself in his boots for a second. It's 1924. There's no Home Depot, no YouTube tutorials, no one to call if things go wrong. Just you, standing in a clearing, surrounded by spruce trees and silence, thinking, all right, I need a place that will keep me alive through winter. And winter in Alaska isn't your average winter. It's not grab another sweater cold. It's your spit freezes before it hits the ground cold. It's make one mistake and they'll find your body in spring cold. The cabin Frank built wasn't pretty. Sod roof, dirt floor, logs sealed with mud, ugly as sin but warm, and it was his. Every inch of it came from his own hands. The location was deliberate, deep in the Alaska range. No roads, no people, just how he liked it. By 1924, Frank was done with towns, done with anything resembling civilization. Savage River gave him space, game, and peace. He stayed 13 years. Most people can't stay in one apartment for 13 months without getting restless. I needed a place where I could hear myself think, he told a visitor years later. Fairbanks was getting too crowded. Fairbanks at the time had maybe 2,000 people. The winters there could freeze your lungs when you breathed too deeply, but Frank didn't care. He thrived in conditions that would kill most people in hours. No neighbours, no noise, just wind and wolves. Those wolves, their howls echoed through the valleys at night. When most people heard that sound, they reached for a rifle. When Frank heard it, he listened, really listened, started to learn the different tones, the various messages. Wolves talk to each other, he said once. Not like people talk, better, no lies in it. The cabin became his headquarters. From there, he trapped, hunted, and sometimes hiked blind through blizzards. No compass, just instinct. I always knew where I was, he said years later. Could read the country like a book. His journal from those years was all business. Snowed all night. Cut firewood. Wolf tracks near trapline. But between those clipped lines, life was incredibly rough. When food ran low, he boiled spruce bark for tea. He skinned frozen kills by lantern light, his fingers blue with cold. He dried soaked boots by the stove, knowing that wet feet meant death when temperatures hit 50 below. He always kept his rifle loaded and within reach, not for wolves, but for grizzlies. Spring brought them in close, hungry after hibernation, ready to claim whatever food they could find. One journal entry read simply, "Had a hell of a time crossing river." That's all he wrote. But years later he told the full story. Swept into an ice-choked current, rifle under one arm, pack-soaked, boots dragging like anchors. He clawed his way to shore, half-frozen but alive. In his journal. Just those 8 words. The man didn't waste breath, even on paper. Here's where Frank's story takes a turn that makes him different from other mountain men, other trappers. He didn't just live near wolves, he raised them. Each spring he'd find dens, snatch a few pups and bring them home. He raised them alongside his sled dogs. The result? A team of half-wild, all-muscle hybrids he called wolf dogs. They'd fight like devils, he said, but run like hell when you hooked them up. He fed them caribou scraps, watched how they moved, named them King, Queenie. They weren't pets. Frank didn't do pets. They were workers, partners, a piece of the wild, leashed but never truly tamed. You know how some people get really into their hobbies, like they start making sourdough bread, and suddenly their Instagram is nothing but loaf pictures. Frank got like that with wolves, but there was no Instagram. Just him, alone in his cabin, turning into an amateur scientist. Inside the cabin, Frank became a field biologist without even realizing it. He tracked prints in the snow, studied scat, took detailed notes, sketched wolf movements in the margins of his journal. The walls of his cabin gradually filled with observations, notes on pack structure, hunting patterns, communication, not because anyone asked him to, not for money or fame, just because the wolves fascinated him. By the mid-1930s, Frank dug deeper into wolf study. Alone in his Savage River cabin, something changed. The hunter became a student. He observed how wolves hunted, how they took down the weak, old, or slow prey. People say they kill for fun, he wrote in a note to himself. Not true. They kill to live, and they're better at it than most men. They used their heads, he noticed, didn't rush, waited, worked together, set up ambushes, cut animals out from herds, tested for weakness before committing to a kill. He saw the dark side too. Wolves turned on their own when resources got scarce. One mistake during a hunt could get you ostracized or dead. They're cold like that, Frank said. No second chances. He took notes on everything. Kills, tracks, scat, even how high they peed on trees. This stuff mattered to Frank. It wasn't just curiosity. It was survival knowledge. Understanding wolves meant understanding the wild. Even professional biologists eventually came to him with questions. A scientist named Adolph Murray used Frank's notes in his book, The Wolves of Mount McKinley. Government officials treated Frank like a field guide in boots. He knew wolves top to bottom, said trapper Oscar Vogel years later, taught me tricks I'd never thought of. And the twist? The more Frank learned, the less he hated them. Yes, he still trapped them when necessary. Yes, he still saw them as competition for game. But something had changed in his perspective. Eliminating wolves? Frank hated that idea, according to fellow agent Jim King years later. It wasn't about wiping them out. It was about balance. By his 50s, folks just called him the Wolf Man. A letter with just that name could still reach him in Fairbanks. He didn't pick the nickname, but it fit. He could track a wolf like it was his brother. He knew where they slept, where they crossed rivers, where they chewed bones in the sun. Frank wasn't soft, but he was fair. Wolves, he said, were survivors, and in Alaska, that was the highest compliment. But Savage River wasn't just about blood and biology. It was isolation, deep and harsh, the kind modern people can barely comprehend. Frank could go months without seeing another soul. Winter arrived early up there, usually by September. Snow buried his cabin to the eaves. Temperatures dropped past 50 below and stayed there for weeks. Firewood ran low. Frostbite took pieces of his ears, his nose, his fingers. Yet he never complained, never even seemed to notice the hardship. I had what I needed, he said. Meat, water, quiet. What else is there? Sometimes midwinter he swore he heard voices, the isolation playing tricks on his mind. Once a grizzly raided his meat stash but left no tracks in the fresh snow. Must have been a ghost, he said, maybe joking, maybe not. Up there, the line between reality and imagination gets thin when you go months without human contact. The solitude affected people differently. Some broke down, couldn't handle it. Frank seemed to need it, like most people need air. "You want to know what silence really sounds like?" he once asked a young trapper. "Come to my place mid-January. That's silence. So quiet, you can hear the blood moving in your ears." One winter, a storm pinned him in the cabin for 3 weeks straight, wind howling, snow piling up so high he had to tunnel out to check his traps. Most people would go stir-crazy. Frank just worked on his wolf notes, repaired gear, read the few books he kept. "Gave me time to think," was all he said about it. His day-to-day existence was all about routine. Wake with the dim winter light around 10 a.m, build up the fire, melt snow for water, check snares close to the cabin, split wood, repair equipment, feed the dogs, all of it harsh physical labor in killing cold. But there was peace in it too, a rhythm most of us will never know. The thing about Frank, one old-timer told me, he didn't fight against the wild. He just flowed with it, like water finding its way around rocks. Spring was the hardest time, when snow turned to mud, when rivers swelled with meltwater, when hibernating bears woke hungry. The cabin would start to leak, mold would grow in corners, the dirt floor turned damp. Ugliest damn time of year, Frank called it. But it brought fresh game, new wolf pups, a chance to repair winter damage, and the midnight sun, those endless summer days where it never gets truly dark. Time to range farther from the cabin, to explore, to build up stores for the next winter. Fall was his favourite. "Everything makes sense in fall," he wrote. Animals fattening up for winter, berries hanging heavy on bushes, the first dusting of snow showing tracks clear as a road map, the world preparing, like him, for the big freeze. In his 6th year at Savage River, the wolves changed, or maybe Frank's perception of them changed. He started seeing them not as competitors, not as subjects of study, but as neighbours, teachers. Something between fear and respect bloomed. A man can live his whole life in cities, surrounded by people, and never understand half of what a wolf knows by its first winter, he said. He gave names to the packs around his territory. The Ridge Pack, the River Pack, knew the alphas by sight, watched the complex social dynamics play out season after season, saw how they passed knowledge to younger wolves, how they adapted to changing conditions. One day, checking his traps, he found a massive black wolf caught by the paw. Most trappers would have shot it immediately. Frank looked at it for a long time. The wolf stared back, yellow eyes unblinking. No fear, just acceptance. Frank shot it, of course. That was his job, his living. But afterward, he sat with the body for hours, skinning it with unusual care, saving not just the pelt, but the skull, the teeth, even the bones. "Felt like I owed it that much," he told a ranger years later. "That wolf died with more dignity than most men." This growing respect for his prey troubled him sometimes, made him question what he was doing, but he was still a practical man. Wolves competed for game he needed to survive. Sometimes they killed sled dogs or went after trap lines. Balance had to be maintained, yet his methods changed. He became more selective, wouldn't take breeding females if he could help it, left the pups unless they were starving, started to think more about the role wolves played in the ecosystem. In 1937, after 13 years at Savage River, something changed. Alaska was changing, more people arriving, more pressure on the wilderness. The federal government was taking a greater interest in wildlife management. Someone in an office somewhere had heard about the trapper who knew wolves better than anyone, who lived among them who understood them. They offered Frank Glazer a job. Not just any job. They wanted him to be a government wolf hunter. It was a strange twist. The man who'd come to respect wolves, perhaps even love them in his own gruff way, was now being asked to systematically hunt them for the government to help control populations across Alaska. "I didn't go looking for the job," he said later. "It found me." For Frank, it wasn't a contradiction. It was just another adaptation. Wolves themselves culled the weak from herds. They understood population control. Now he would do the same for them. He accepted the position, packed up his few possessions, took a last look at the cabin that had been his home for 13 years. Wasn't sad to leave it, he told a reporter once. Cabin was just a tool, like an axe or a rifle, did what it was supposed to do. But before he left, he buried something behind the cabin. Years later, a park ranger found it while mapping old structures, a small wooden box containing a complete wolf skull, carefully cleaned and preserved. Next to it, a scrap of paper with a single sentence. "The Gentleman of the Woods." It was the only sentimental gesture Frank Glazer was ever known to make. As he hiked out of Savage River that spring day in 1937, wolves howled from the ridges above, maybe saying goodbye, maybe warning others of his departure. Frank Glazer had entered the next phase of his life, not just a hunter, not just a trapper, but a man with a mission to know wolves better than anyone else alive, even as he was paid to kill them. "It sounds like a contradiction," he admitted once. Maybe it was, but up here, life is full of contradictions. You kill to live, you love what you hunt. You're never more alive than when you're close to death. The cabin on Savage River still stands, or at least parts of it do. Park rangers have documented it. Historians have photographed it, a simple rectangle of rotting logs in a clearing, slowly returning to the earth. But for 13 years it was the centre of Frank Glazer's world, a place where he found himself, where he evolved from just another mountain man to something more complex, where the legend of the Wolfman was born. As you lie in your comfortable bed, so far removed from the harsh reality Frank embraced, you might wonder what drove him to that solitude, what kept him there for 13 years. Was it escape, discovery, something deeper? Frank, if asked, would probably just shrug and say, "It suited me." In that simple cabin with its dirt floor, with wolves howling outside and temperatures that could freeze mercury, Frank Glazer wasn't just surviving, he was becoming. The government job would take him all over Alaska, would put his wolf knowledge to the test, would transform him from observer to official predator. The Wolfman was about to hunt wolves full-time with the blessing of Uncle Sam. In 1937, Frank Glazer swapped his traps for a government badge. His new job? Kill wolves. No limits, no paperwork, just results. The US Biological Survey, which would later become the Fish and Wildlife Service, hired him for one reason. Nobody knew wolves like Frank Glazer. Nobody could track them, find them, understand them the way he did. He worked solo, as always. No office, no set hours, no boss breathing down his neck. Just wild, open Alaska and a mission. One week he'd be in the White Mountains with snowshoes and a rifle. The next, crawling across frozen tundra, tracking paw prints through silence so complete you could hear snowflakes land. Frank was happiest 100 miles from anyone, knee-deep in snow, chasing wolves, one agent said years later, and that's exactly what he did. This job suited Frank in ways his previous work hadn't. Market hunting had been about survival, making a living. Trapping at Savage River had been about independence, claiming territory. This government work, this was about mastery, about being the absolute best at something difficult. The spring after he started, he developed a system for finding dens. Wolves are secretive about their breeding sites, protective of their pups, but Frank could read the land like others read books. He'd spot a slight change in a female's movement pattern, notice tracks that circled back to the same area, observe how ravens flew in certain areas. When he found a den, he'd wait. Watch, learn the comings and goings of the adults. Then, when the time was right, he'd move in. Winter, he'd set snares along travel routes. Fall, he'd lay poison baits, careful to place them where other animals wouldn't find them. Once aerial hunting was allowed, he took to the skies. A spotter pilot would fly low over the terrain, looking for wolves against the snow. Frank would lean out, rifle ready, and take his shot. One shot, he said. Miss, they're gone. Hit, you've got meat. His success rate was incredible. Other hunters would spray bullets, hope for a hit. Frank waited for the perfect moment, then fired once. Clean, efficient, almost merciful. He mastered the getter, a cyanide trap disguised as bait. One sniff and the wolf dropped. It was quick at least. No suffering. Frank insisted on that. Every wolf he killed, he logged. How many, where, when, even the weather conditions. In some remote areas, his notes were the only official records of wildlife for decades. He didn't do this paperwork because it was required. It wasn't. He did it because he believed in knowledge, in understanding. Forms didn't make him deadly. Instinct did. He could read a single hair on snow like a detective. He knew the ridge they'd use, the creek they'd cross, where the alpha would mark territory. Frank could look at grass and tell you what wolves were thinking, one agent said. It wasn't an exaggeration. Locals, particularly the native Alaskans, called him Amaguk Frank, Wolf Frank. He spoke their language, not just the human dialects, but the language of sign, of track, of movement that told stories across the snow. He simply beat wolves at their own game. He became the apex predator in a land full of them. In 1948, the government sent him to Nunivak Island to protect muskox from local hunters. The native people there had been killing the animals, which were being reintroduced after near extinction. Most government men would have gone in hard, with rules and threats. Frank just talked to them, explained the situation, listened to their concerns. After that, the killing stopped, a pilot reported. They listened to him. He was straight with them. Frank never sugarcoated his work. Wolves breed fast, he wrote in a report. Traps alone won't cut it. You need poison, planes, den work. The whole deal. Hit hard, don't stop. But even as he said these things, even as he killed wolves more efficiently than any man alive, he respected them, admired them even. Long before GPS collars and remote cameras, long before wildlife biology was a common field of study, Frank was out there with binoculars, watching packs cross frozen rivers, mapping their movements, noting the alpha's lead position, the flanks, the way they herded caribou like soldiers on a raid. I don't mind shooting wolves, he wrote once to the Game Commission, but when I find one in my trap, I feel ashamed. They're the real gentlemen of the predatory family. It's a strange contradiction to respect something so deeply while also hunting it. But for Frank, there was no contradiction. It was pure survival, pure ecology. Wolves themselves culled the weak from herds. They understood population control. Frank was just doing the same for them. He called himself a conservationist, yet joined predator control, raised wolf dogs, shot wild ones, loved their cunning, hated what they did to the herds. You got to keep the balance, he said. Too many wolves and you got no game. His bosses trusted him completely. There's something powerful in that, being so good at something so difficult that people just get out of your way, let you do what needs doing. As long as I'm director, you've got a job, one boss told him. They'd let him disappear for weeks into the wilderness. He always came back with pelts and data. Frank would file his report, then get antsy to head back out, said one biologist who worked with him. Didn't matter how cold it got. That's when he felt most alive. He rode with university scientists and made them look like lost tourists. One professor watched Frank read the land like a book and said, "He's like an Indian. He knows every bump." With Frank, town life didn't stick. Never did. He kept a room at the Nordale Hotel in Fairbanks and boarded his wolf dogs nearby, but he was rarely around. The wilderness called him, and whenever he was in town, he talked non-stop. All day, breakfast to last patrol, one partner said. But his stories moved. They had rhythm. They took you places most people never went. Frank knew what worked. Wolf control is simple, he told a rookie agent once. Find the alpha female, take her out, the pack scatters, sometimes they never reform. Simple, but not easy. Finding that alpha female meant knowing her habits, her preferences, her personality. Frank treated each wolf pack like a puzzle to solve, a challenge to meet. One time, he tracked a particular female wolf for 6 weeks, not because anyone asked him to, not because she was causing trouble, just because she was exceptionally smart, exceptionally cautious. She avoided every trap, every poisoned bait, seemed to vanish into thin air when planes flew overhead. That one, Frank said, she was special. He finally got her with a trap so well disguised even he had trouble finding it again. When he approached, she didn't growl, didn't struggle, just watched him with those yellow eyes. He shot her, of course. That was the job. But he kept her skull, cleaned it himself. It sat on a shelf in his room at the Nordale for years. Still, the land had teeth. No matter how good Frank got, Alaska was always ready to kill him. One winter, temperatures dropped to 60 below for 3 weeks straight. Frank was tracking a pack near the Porcupine River. His dog team quit on him, refused to move. Even with their thick fur, it was too cold. He built a fire, set up his tent, waited. 2 days later, still 60 below, food running low, dogs whining. Most men would have panicked, pushed the dogs too hard, maybe lost them, lost themselves. Frank rigged a sled from spruce boughs, loaded the weakest dogs on it, hitched the stronger ones up and walked in front, breaking trail. Took him 4 days to reach a trapper's cabin. No dogs lost, no fingers lost, just another Alaska story. A young agent asked him once, "Don't you get scared out there alone?" Frank looked at him like he'd asked if water was wet. "Course I get scared," he said. "Man who doesn't get scared in the bush is a fool. Fear keeps you sharp." By the late 1940s, Frank was a legend in Alaska wildlife circles. When someone had a wolf problem, wolves killing sled dogs, wolves decimating moose calves, they called Frank. He'd look at the situation, make a decision, solve the problem, like calling a surgeon for a difficult operation, one rancher said. You don't tell him how to cut, you just let him work. In the early 1950s, when Frank was in his 60s, his methods started to change. He used more aerial hunting, less trapping. The wolf populations were shifting, moving, adapting to pressure. Wolves learn, he told a game officer. You can't use the same tricks twice. So Frank evolved. New baits, new trap setups, new flight patterns. Always thinking, always adapting, just like the wolves did. A few years later, moose populations exploded across his territory. Old-timers said they'd never seen so many, one agent reported. The wolf control was working, or so it seemed. Then Frank left. Wolves came back. Moose vanished. We need another glazer, locals would say for years afterward. He never wanted fame or thanks, just did the job, quiet and unrelenting. When Alaska became a state in 1959, the wildlife management policies changed. Frank didn't fight it. He simply stepped aside, let younger men take over. He may have never hesitated to kill, but he never forgot what he was killing. Another predator, another survivor in a harsh land, another being just trying to stay alive one more day in the great white north. In his decades as a wolf hunter, Frank killed hundreds, maybe thousands of wolves. He knew more about them than most biologists with advanced degrees, knew their habits, their family structures, their intelligence. People think wolves are just big dogs, he said once. They're not. They're something else entirely. Smarter, wilder, more complete. Frank's methods were controversial, even in his time. Some saw him as a conservation hero, keeping ungulate populations healthy by controlling predators. Others saw him as a killer, disrupting natural systems. The truth, as usual, was somewhere in between. Frank was a man of his time, working with the understanding of ecology available then. He believed in balance, in management, not in extermination. "We don't want to kill all the wolves," he told a reporter once, "just enough to keep everything in check. World needs wolves, just not too many in one place." As Frank aged, his reputation only grew. Wildlife managers across Alaska, across the whole North, consulted him, asked his advice, followed his methods. When Frank Glazer talked wolves, smart people shut up and listened, one biologist said years later. By the time he retired from active wolf hunting in 1955, Frank had changed. The young man who arrived in Alaska in 1915, looking for game and adventure, had become something rare, a man who truly understood his place in the wild, not as master, not as intruder, but as participant. "You don't conquer this country," he told a new agent on his last field trip. "You join it, or you leave. Those are the choices." Frank had joined it, merged with it, become so much a part of Alaska that separating the man from the land became impossible. The wolves had taught him that, how to belong to a place so completely that you vanish into it. He'd entered their world, learned their ways, killed them when necessary, respected them always. In doing so, he'd become something of a wolf himself, solitary, resilient, perfectly adapted to a place most humans couldn't survive. As his official hunting days ended, Frank didn't slow down much, still kept his wolf dogs, still tracked and observed, still shared his knowledge with anyone who showed genuine interest. "The government job gave me access," he said. "Let me see more wolves, more places than I could have on my own." By 1955, Frank Glazer was 66 years old. He'd spent 40 years in the Alaskan wilderness, had outlived most of his contemporaries, had survived conditions that killed younger, stronger men. The world was changing around him. Alaska was changing. Wildlife management was becoming more scientific, more bureaucratic. The era of the lone wolf hunter was ending. But Frank Glazer's legacy was just beginning. The knowledge he'd gained, the observations he'd recorded, the methods he'd developed, they formed the foundation of wolf management across the North for decades to come. As you drift towards sleep, imagine Frank out there on the snow, 66 years old, rifle across his knees, watching wolf tracks with eyes that missed nothing. The cold doesn't touch him. The solitude doesn't bother him. He is exactly where he belongs, doing exactly what he was meant to do. There's something rare in that, to find your perfect place, your perfect purpose. Most of us spend our lives searching. Frank found his in the howl of wolves across a frozen valley. His government wolf hunting days had ended, but Frank Glazer's story wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. When Frank Glazer retired from official wolf hunting in 1955, the legends were already growing around him like frost on a winter window. Some stories were true, some were stretched, some were flat out impossible, but all of them painted the picture of a man who had become more myth than flesh. Frank Glazer? Yeah, I heard he tracked a wolf pack 50 miles in a blizzard once, found 'em sleeping and took out the whole bunch. Frank? He lived on nothing but spruce needle tea and moose liver one winter, came out healthier than when he went in. That old wolf hunter? They say he could smell a wolf den from 3 miles away. In Fairbanks bars, on trap lines, around hunting campfires, the tales spread, each one making Frank a little larger, a little wilder, a little more than human. But here's the thing about wilderness legends. Underneath the exaggeration, there's usually a kernel of truth harder than permafrost. Take the car story. In 1938, Frank was driving a government vehicle along the Steese Highway. The road was icy, visibility poor, the car skidded, rolled 3 times down an embankment. Most men would have been killed instantly. Frank crawled out with cracked ribs and a cut on his head. His diary entry for that day. Rolled over 3 times, cut on head, rib injuries, dry as sawdust. No drama. Anyone else would have died, or at least milked it for sympathy. Frank just hitched a ride to the next roadhouse, got patched up, and was back tracking wolves within a week. Then there were the wolf dogs, not just working animals. These were monsters with steel-trap jaws and glacier blue eyes. One massive black wolf he kept chained in a cabin, let Frank stroll in with food like it was perfectly normal. Sam White, a hardened trapper who'd seen everything Alaska had to offer, said, "I wouldn't have gone near it unless it was trussed in chains." Frank didn't exactly tame these animals. He simply earned their tolerance, maybe even their trust. He understood them in a way most humans never will. Animals know when you fear them, he told a rookie agent once, and they know when you respect them. Most people get those 2 things mixed up. In the late 1950s, after his official retirement, Frank still consulted for wildlife management, still went out on expeditions, still knew the wolves of Alaska better than anyone alive. There's a story about a bison hunt around that time. Frank, in his late 60s, tags along with a college professor who'd never aimed at anything more dangerous than a thought. Frank tracks the bull, lines up the shot, and hands it off to the academic. 2 shots ring out. One hits the chest, one clips an ear, Frank's ear. The bull drops. No one asks who made the kill. They all knew. Frank just wrapped his bloody ear in a bandana and kept going. Didn't even mention it until someone noticed the blood soaking through. Bush pilots would often drop him in the Arctic with nothing but snowshoes and a rifle. 2 weeks later, he'd radio back from a completely different location with a sack full of wolf tails and a craving for fresh meat. Jim King, who worked with him in the Wildlife Service, remembered how Frank couldn't stand office work. By day 3, he'd get itchy. Wolves needed thinning, he'd say. He'd be gone before you could stop him. In Fairbanks, he stalked the streets like a wolf behind glass. People knew him. He boarded his wolf dogs nearby, kept a room at the Nordale Hotel, and bought every new rifle that came into town. He even slipped cash to broke trappers who couldn't cover their bar tabs. Frank never flashed money, an old bartender told me, but he always had it when it mattered. Even when he had money, he lived lean. Even when alone, he didn't seem lonely. He chewed snuff, quit in the hospital once, cursed it afterward, then picked it back up like nothing had changed. His boots stayed laced, rifles spotless, eyes sharp into his 60s. Never wore glasses. Could still spot a wolf on a ridge where younger men saw nothing. He moved like a man shaped by snow, sleds, and survival. When he talked, it came out in stored-up bursts like he'd been holding it in for years. To the old-timers, Frank was legend attached to memory. Governor J. Hammond called him Lobo lean with gun-bore eyes and a gait like a penned-up predator. Joked he might have been part wolf himself, always prowling, always alert, always one step from slipping into the wild again. Frank never married, never had children. The wilderness was his wife, one friend said, and the wolves were his kids. Dysfunctional family, but it worked for him. In his 70s, when most men are content to sit by windows and remember, Frank was still out there. Still tracking. Still watching. Still learning from the wolves he'd spent a lifetime studying. His methods had changed with age, less hunting, more observation. He'd spend days just watching a pack, noting their behaviours, their movements, their social dynamics. I used to kill 'em to understand 'em, he told a biologist in the 1960s. Now I just watch, learn more that way. By then, scientific methods had caught up with what Frank had known for decades. Wolf packs weren't just random groups. They were families with complex social structures. Alphas weren't always the biggest or strongest. They were the smartest, the most experienced. Wolves didn't kill for sport. They killed what they needed when they needed it. All things Frank had been saying for 40 years. Sometimes, a wildlife manager told me, I think Frank was born a century too early. He'd have made one hell of a wildlife biologist with the right schooling. But formal education was never Frank's path. His classroom had been the wild itself, his teachers the wolves he hunted and observed. His knowledge wasn't theoretical. It was earned through frozen feet and hungry nights and the kind of patience most humans can't fathom. Even in his final years, stories about Frank kept circulating. He disappeared for a month into the Brooks Range, people said, and came back with detailed maps of wolf den locations that would have taken a scientific team years to compile. He'd tracked a particular alpha female over 3 mountain ranges just because he admired her cunning. He'd sat outside a wolf den for 2 days, not moving, barely breathing, just to watch how the adults taught their pups to pounce on mice. Some of these stories were undoubtedly exaggerated, but knowing Frank, many were probably true. In a way, he'd become the alpha of his own strange pack. The wildlife managers, trappers, hunters, and biologists who followed his methods, who quoted his observations, who treated his word on wolves as gospel. Frank didn't just teach us about wolves, one agent said years later. He taught us about Alaska, about respecting what can kill you, about really seeing the land, not just looking at it. As decades passed, Alaska changed dramatically around Frank Glazer. The territory became a state in 1959. Roads pushed deeper into the wilderness. Airplanes made even the most remote areas accessible. Tourism grew. Population centers expanded. Frank watched these changes with a mixture of resignation and concern. More people meant more pressure on wildlife. More roads meant less true wilderness. More regulation meant the end of the frontier freedom he'd cherished. Place isn't the same, he'd grumble. Too damn many people. This from a man who thought Fairbanks was crowded when it had 2,000 residents. By the late 1960s, Frank's health was finally beginning to match his age. Decades of cold, of physical hardship, of survival at the edge of endurance. It takes a toll no human can escape forever. His hands, once steady enough to place a bullet exactly where he wanted it at 300 yards, began to shake slightly. His knees, which had carried him thousands of miles through snow and tundra, ached constantly. His ears, frostbitten repeatedly, were sensitive to the slightest cold. But his mind remained sharp, his knowledge intact, his stories vivid. Young wildlife researchers would seek him out, buy him a meal or a drink, ask about wolves. Frank, never one for small talk, would dismiss basic questions, but show genuine interest, ask something specific, and the floodgates would open. He talked for 6 hours straight, one biologist remembered, drew diagrams on napkins, sketched wolf hunting patterns in spilled beer on the table. Most educational night of my life. In his last decade, Frank became something of an unofficial consultant to wolf researchers across Alaska. They'd bring him maps, photographs, data. He'd point to a spot and say, check here, den site, south-facing slope, near water but not too near, protected from wind. And they'd check, and he'd be right, almost every time. How do you know? One frustrated PhD candidate asked him after Frank had correctly predicted a pack's migration route that contradicted all the researchers' carefully collected data. Frank just tapped the side of his head. 40 years watching wolves, son. Can't learn that from books. By the early 1970s, Frank was one of the last of his kind, a link to the old Alaska, the frontier Alaska, where survival depended on skill and knowledge rather than equipment and technology. He watched with a mixture of approval and skepticism as wildlife management became more scientific, radio collars, aerial surveys, computer modelling, population dynamics. All that science is fine, he told a game officer, but sometimes you just need to sit and watch a wolf be a wolf. Can't put that in a computer. Frank had seen wolf populations rise and fall over decades, had seen management strategies come and go, had watched the shifting relationship between predator and prey play out across the vastness of Alaska. Wolves and game are like a pendulum, he said. Too many wolves, game goes down. Too few wolves, game goes up. Then disease or starvation swings it back. Our job is just to keep the swing from going too far either way. It was a simple philosophy, but one based on a lifetime of observation, of being there, on the ground, in all seasons, in all conditions, of knowing the land and its creatures intimately, personally. As Frank entered his 80s, his legend only grew. Letters addressed simply to the Wolfman, Fairbanks, Alaska, would find him without fail. People who had never met him told stories about him, claimed their father or uncle or grandfather had hunted with the famous Frank Glazer. Some of these claims were true, many weren't, but that's how legends work. They outgrow the truth, become something bigger, something that belongs not just to the man himself, but to the place, to the culture, to the collective imagination. I heard Frank Glazer could call wolves, people would say. They'd come right to him, like he spoke their language. I heard he lived with a pack for a month, slept in their den, ate what they ate. I heard he could smell the difference between wolf packs, know exactly whose territory he was in just by scent. Frank, when he heard these tales, would just snort and say, "Damn fools don't know a thing about wolves." But maybe, in some way, he was pleased, not at being the centre of tall tales, but at knowing wolves had become important to people, that people cared enough to make up stories, that the animals he'd spent a lifetime tracking, hunting and studying had captured the imagination of a generation who would never know the old Alaska as he had. In 1974, Frank Glazer died at the age of 85. No fancy funeral, no great public mourning, just a small notice in the Fairbanks paper. Francis Glazer, longtime resident and retired wildlife agent, passed away Tuesday at Fairbanks Memorial Hospital. A simple end for a man who had lived an extraordinary life. But in Alaska, Frank Glazer never really left. His name still rides the wind, hooked onto wolf howls. His stories thunder across bar tops, slip through trapline cabins and rumble out of old-timers' mouths when they talk about how things used to be. The man is gone, but the myth is still kicking. You close your eyes, feeling the softness of your pillow, the warmth of your blanket, so different from the harsh ground Frank slept on for most of his life, so far removed from the killing cold of an Alaskan winter night. And somewhere, in that space between waking and sleeping, you can almost hear it, the howl of wolves across a snow-covered valley, the sound Frank Glazer followed for 40 years through blizzards and darkness, through solitude and silence, through a life most of us can barely imagine. A life wild and harsh and free. The first wolf biologists to use radio collars in Alaska made an interesting discovery in the 1980s. After months of high-tech tracking, sophisticated data analysis and computer modeling, they concluded something that would have made Frank Glazer laugh. Wolves behaved exactly as he'd been saying they did for decades. We spent $500,000 to confirm what Frank told us for free, one researcher admitted later. Frank's observations, made with nothing more than binoculars, patience, and a mind that missed nothing, had been dead accurate. Pack territories averaged the size he'd estimated. Hunting patterns followed his descriptions. Den site selections matched his predictions. The man had been a walking, talking wolf encyclopedia long before modern science caught up. But Frank's legacy runs deeper than just being right about wolves. His impact spreads through Alaska's wildlife management like roots through permafrost. The hunters, trappers, and biologists he mentored carried his knowledge forward, shaping how the last frontier manages its predators. Frank never wrote a book, said Jim Reardon, an outdoor writer who knew him well. Never published scientific papers, but he taught a generation of wildlife folks more about wolves than any university ever could. His methods, the way he read tracks, the way he set traps, the way he understood wolf behavior, became standard practice, often without people even knowing where the techniques originated. Jack Wilson was 16 when he first met Frank. It was 1962, and Jack's father had hired the aging wolfman to deal with predators killing their sled dogs. "I remember this skinny old guy climbing out of the bush plane," Jack told me years later. "Didn't say much, just asked to see whether dogs had been killed." Frank spent 10 minutes examining the scene, then pointed to tracks most people would never have noticed. 3 wolves, he said. Young pack, inexperienced. They'll be back tomorrow night. Jack's father asked how he could be so sure. "Killed messy," Frank said. "Didn't eat much, still hungry?" "Still learning." That night, Frank set 3 traps in places that seemed random to Jack. The next morning, they caught 2 wolves. The third never returned to the area. Dad offered him a bonus, Jack remembered. Frank just shook his head and said, regular pay is fine. Wasn't about money for him. Before Frank left, Jack, wolf crazy like most teenage boys, peppered him with questions. To everyone's surprise, Frank answered them. Spent an hour showing the kid how to read wolf sign, how to understand what the tracks were saying. Changed my life, Jack said. Ended up studying wildlife management in college because of that 1 hour with Frank Glazer. There are dozens of stories like this. People whose brief encounters with Frank shaped their understanding of wilderness, of wolves, of Alaska itself. A woman named Sarah Komar met Frank in 1968 when she was a graduate student researching wolf vocalizations. She'd spent months recording howls, trying to decode their meaning. Frank listened to some of her recordings, then took out a pencil and paper, drew a diagram of what each howl meant. Short barks, warning, long rising howls, location calls, quick yips, excitement over a kill. "How do you know this?" she asked. "Listened," he said simply, "for 40 years. Her thesis committee initially dismissed Frank's interpretations. He had no degree, no scientific credentials, but when she played recordings to wolves in captivity, their reactions matched Frank's predictions exactly. The professors called it a lucky guess, Sarah told me. It wasn't. Frank understood wolf language better than any human alive. These stories matter because they show something important about Frank Glazer. He wasn't just a killer of wolves, he was their student, their translator, maybe even their advocate in his own complex way. Frank had this saying, remembered Tom Clausen, who worked with him in the 1950s. Know what you're killing meant don't just shoot something because it's there. Understand it, respect it, make the death mean something. In the decades since Frank's passing, Alaska has changed dramatically. Wilderness has receded, tourism has exploded, wildlife management has become more political, more complicated. But out there, in the vast stretches that remain wild, wolves still howl, still hunt, still live lives not so different from the ones Frank observed decades ago. In some ways, Frank would hardly recognize today's Alaska. Fairbanks, once a frontier outpost, is now a modern city. The Savage River, where his cabin stood for 13 years, runs through Denali National Park, visited by thousands of tourists each summer. Those visitors, snapping photos from tour buses, might catch a glimpse of a wolf loping across a distant ridge. A brief encounter with wildness, safely contained. Frank lived differently. He didn't visit the wild. He inhabited it, merged with it, became part of its brutal, beautiful rhythm. Frank wasn't watching wolves from the outside, said Bill Nanock, a native Alaskan who hunted with Frank in the 1960s. He was inside their world, thinking like them, moving like them. Sometimes I wondered if he thought he was one of them. There's a story from the early 1950s that captures this perfectly. Frank was tracking a pack near the Yukon border in midwinter, temperature around 30 below zero. He'd been following them for days, observing their hunting patterns. One night he made camp on a ridge overlooking their kill site. A moose they'd brought down in a frozen marsh. Instead of setting up his tent, Frank dug a snow cave, just like wolves do during storms. Around midnight, the alpha male approached Frank's position, stood 20 yards away, looking directly at him. Frank remained absolutely still. Man and wolf stared at each other for nearly 10 minutes. Then the wolf did something extraordinary. It turned its back on Frank and sat down. A gesture that, among wolves, signals trust. Never told anyone about that until years later, said Pete Raftery, who heard the story directly from Frank. Said it was too personal, like a religious experience. When Frank finally shared the story, he added, "That wolf knew exactly what I was, knew I was a killer of his kind. But he also knew I understood him, respected him. That was enough." These moments of connection, a human and a wild creature seeing each other truly, were rare and precious to Frank. He didn't talk about them much, didn't need to romanticize them, but they shaped him, changed him. The young man who arrived in Alaska in 1915 was not the same person who died there in 1974. The wilderness transformed him, and wolves were his greatest teachers. Late in his life, Frank told a young biologist, "You want to understand wolves? Stop trying to make them something they're not. They're not monsters. They're not saints. They're just trying to stay alive in a hard world. Same as you, same as me." This clear-eyed perspective, seeing wolves as they truly are, not as human fears or fantasies project them to be, was perhaps Frank's greatest contribution to wildlife science. In the decades after Frank's death, wolf management in Alaska became increasingly controversial. Some wanted wolves eliminated to boost game populations. Others wanted them protected completely. The middle ground, where Frank had stood, seemed to vanish into partisan extremes. Frank would have hated the politics of it all, said George Peterson, who worked in wildlife management in the 1980s. He believed in balance, in managing, not eliminating, in respecting the role of predators, even as you controlled their numbers. This balance, this recognition that wolves belong in Alaska, but so do humans with their own needs and interests, seems increasingly rare in modern debates. The The nuance that Frank understood through direct experience gets lost in ideology. Frank wasn't pro-wolf or anti-wolf, said Ray Morris, who trapped with him in the 1960s. He was pro-balance, pro-ecosystem. He understood that everything out there is connected. This ecological understanding came not from textbooks, but from decades of observation. From watching what happened when wolves were removed from an area. From seeing how prey populations exploded, then crashed from disease or starvation. From recognizing the complex relationships that keep wilderness healthy. He told me once that killing every wolf would be like removing your liver, Ray remembered. You might feel fine at first, but pretty soon the whole system breaks down. Beyond his impact on wolf science, beyond his legendary status in Alaska lore, there was something else about Frank Glazer that deserves remembering. Something more personal, more human. He found his purpose. In a world where many people drift through life never quite sure what they're meant to do, Frank knew. From that first brutal trek to Fairbanks in 1915 to his final days, he lived exactly the life he chose. Most folks spend their whole lives fighting against what they are, said Bill Pearson, who knew Frank in his later years. Frank just was. No pretense, no trying to be something else. Just a man who found his place and lived in it completely. That authenticity drew people to him, made them listen when he spoke, made them remember him decades after he was gone. In 1998, almost 25 years after Frank's death, biologists studying wolves in Denali National Park made a discovery. They found the remains of a cabin near the Savage River. Frank's cabin. After all those years, traces still remained. Rusted trap parts, a broken snowshoe, the foundation stones of his fireplace. They also found something unexpected, a metal box buried near the cabin site. Inside was a small notebook, its pages yellowed but still legible, Frank's handwriting precise and small. It wasn't a diary or journal, not in the traditional sense. It was a record of wolves. Individual wolves Frank had known over his years at Savage River. Names he'd given them, descriptions, personalities. Black female, scar on muzzle, smart, cautious at kills, good mother, died winter, 29. Grey male, distinctive howl, bold hunter, led pack for 6 years, killed by younger male spring 34. White female, small for her age, quick learner, left to form new pack fall 31, successful. On and on, dozens of wolves, each remembered, each noted with a precise, almost tender attention to detail. The biologists who found the notebook were stunned. This wasn't the record of a simple wolf killer. This was the work of someone who knew these animals intimately, who saw them as individuals, who recognized their unique traits and histories. It was like finding Jane Goodall's notes on chimps, one researcher said, except Frank was doing this kind of detailed observation decades earlier, with no training, no support, no recognition. The notebook is now preserved in the University of Alaska archives, a small private testament to a relationship between man and wolf that defies easy categorization. In your warm bed, far from the killing cold of an Alaskan winter, far from the howl of wolves across moonlit snow, it's hard to fully grasp what drove Frank Glazer, what kept him in that wilderness alone year after year. But maybe there's something in all of us that recognizes the appeal of such clarity, such purpose, such belonging. Frank once told a young trapper who asked why he lived as he did, "Out there, everything makes sense. You're hungry, you hunt, you're cold, you build fire, you're tired, you rest. Simple, true, no one telling you who to be or what matters." In that simplicity, that directness, Frank found freedom, not the shallow freedom of doing whatever you want, but the deeper freedom of living in accordance with your nature, of being fully yourself in a world that so often asks us to be something else. The wolves taught him that. They don't pretend. Don't compromise their nature. They simply are what they are. Predators, survivors, members of an ancient social order that functions perfectly without human intervention. Frank learned from them, became more wolf-like himself, direct, uncompromising, attuned to the rhythms of the wild, comfortable with solitude. "You know what I admired most about him," said Jean Adams, who interviewed Frank for an article in 1970. "He wasn't lonely. Most people can't stand being alone for a day. Frank went months without seeing another human and was completely at peace with it." That capacity for solitude, for self-reliance, seems increasingly rare in our connected modern world. We're always in touch, always reachable, always surrounded, if not physically, then digitally. Frank lived differently. His connections were to place, to wolves, to the vast Alaskan wilderness that shaped him over decades. "Last time I saw him," Ray Morris told me, "he was sitting on the porch of the Nordale Hotel, just watching people go by. I asked what he was doing. He said, observing the strangest animal of all. Then he laughed, only time I ever heard him really laugh." That distance, that ability to see humans as just another species, neither better nor worse than wolves, gave Frank a perspective few people ever achieve. He watched us with the same clear, unromantic eye he turned on wolves, saw our patterns, our social structures, our strengths and weaknesses, and perhaps in that seeing he found a kind of peace, an acceptance of the world as it is, not as we might wish it to be. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine Frank one last time. Not the legend, not the myth, just a man who found his place in the world and inhabited it fully, who listened to wolves howl across snow-covered valleys and heard something most of us will never hear. The authentic voice of the wild, speaking directly to something ancient and knowing in himself. In that exchange, wolf to man, wild to human, Frank Glazer found something worth dedicating his life to, something worth remembering, even decades after he's gone. If you fly over Alaska today, you'll see a landscape that would both surprise and sadden Frank Glazer. Roads cut into valleys he once crossed on foot, tourist lodges perch where he once camped alone, airstrips flatten tundra he navigated by the stars. But look more carefully past the human footprint into the vast stretches that remain wild, and you'll see something Frank would recognize. Wolves, still running free, still hunting, still howling across valleys as they have for thousands of years. Alaska's wilderness has shrunk, but it hasn't disappeared, and in the people who work there, who study it, who fight to protect it, Frank Glazer's influence lives on, sometimes in unexpected ways. Take Mike Robards. He's a wolf biologist who spent 20 years tracking packs across Denali National Park, the same area where Frank built his cabin on the Savage River almost a century ago. First time I read about Frank Glazer, I thought he was the enemy, Mike told me, sitting in his small office in Fairbanks. I mean, the guy killed hundreds, maybe thousands of wolves. As a conservationist, how could I admire that? But the more Mike learned about Frank, his methods, his observations, his deep understanding of wolf behavior, the more his perspective shifted. What struck me was his respect for them, Mike said. He wasn't killing out of hatred or fear. He was doing a job, maintaining a balance. And along the way, he learned things about wolves that we're still confirming with our fancy technology decades later. Mike gestured to a wall of computer equipment, tracking software, satellite data. We've got all this now, and sometimes I think Frank would laugh at us. He'd say, just go sit on that ridge for a week and watch. You'll learn more than your computers will ever tell you. That direct experiential knowledge, the kind that comes from patient observation rather than data analysis, is increasingly rare in wildlife science, but a few people still practice it, still value what Frank knew, that understanding comes from time spent watching, listening, being present in an animal's world. Lisa Kowalski is one of those people. She's not a scientist, not a wildlife manager. She's a wilderness guide who takes small groups into remote areas of Alaska to observe wolves in their natural habitat. I'm out there 3-4 months a year, she told me, just watching, just being with the wolves on their terms. I've read all about Frank Glazer, different time, different goals, but same approach. You want to understand wolves, you go where they are, you adapt to their world, not the other way around. Lisa has followed one particular pack, the East Fork pack in Denali, for over a decade, knows each wolf individually, can recognize them by sight, by howl, by track. People ask me how I can tell them apart, she said. I just can, same way you can tell your friends apart in a crowd. Once you really look, really see them as individuals, it's obvious. That echoes Frank's notebook with its detailed descriptions of individual wolves he'd known over years. That recognition that wolves aren't interchangeable units in a population, but distinct beings with personalities, histories, roles within their packs. I never met Frank Glazer, Lisa said, but sometimes sitting on a ridge watching wolves hunt, I feel like he's sitting right beside me, noticing the same things, asking the same questions. This sense of connection across time, of shared experience despite vastly different contexts, comes up again and again when talking to people who work with wolves in Alaska. Tony Peterson flies bush planes into remote areas for wildlife surveys. He's tracked wolf packs from the air for 30 years, working for various agencies and research projects. In training, they showed us Frank's maps from the 1940s and 50s, Tony told me. Hand-drawn, incredibly detailed, and you know what? They're still accurate. Pack territories, denning areas, travel corridors, they haven't changed much in 70 years. Tony keeps a copy of one of Frank's maps in his plane, faded, creased from use, but still a valuable reference. He didn't have GPS or satellite imagery, Tony said, just his eyes and his brain and thousands of hours in the field. Made me realize there's no substitute for that kind of direct experience. Even those who might seem most opposed to Frank's work, modern wolf advocates and conservationists, often express a grudging respect for him. Sarah Johnston works for a non-profit dedicated to wolf protection in Alaska. When I mentioned Frank Glazer's name, she didn't react with the hostility I expected. Look, he was a product of his time, she said. The government hired him to kill wolves, and that's what he did. But he didn't hate them. He respected them, understood them, and his observations helped build the foundation of what we know about wolf ecology today. She leaned forward, elbows on her desk. The irony is, some of our strongest arguments for wolf protection come from Frank's own notes. He documented their complex social structures, their role in maintaining healthy ecosystems, their intelligence and adaptability. He saw them clearly, without romanticism, but also without demonization. That clear seeing is still valuable, regardless of what side of the conservation debate you're on. This is perhaps the most surprising aspect of Frank Glazer's legacy, that a man who killed wolves professionally for decades has become, in some ways, an ally to those who seek to protect them. His detailed observations, his insistence on understanding wolves as they truly are, rather than as human fears or fantasies paint them, provides common ground in debates that often seem hopelessly polarized. Frank would have hated how political wolf management has become, said James Wilson, who worked in wildlife management for 40 years. He believed in balance, in making decisions based on what's happening on the ground, not ideology, in respecting wolves even as you recognize that sometimes their numbers need to be controlled. That pragmatic, experience-based approach seems increasingly rare in environmental debates where extreme positions often drown out nuanced understandings. But in Alaska, where wolves and humans still share the landscape, Frank's balanced perspective remains influential among those who work directly with wildlife. Most of the old-timers who knew Frank are gone now, James told me, but their stories about him, their memories of what he taught them, that's still being passed down, still shaping how we think about wolves. One such story comes from Ben Taller, now in his 80s, who briefly worked with Frank in the 1950s. "We were flying over the Koyukuk River drainage, spotting for wolves," Ben recalled. "Found a pack feeding on a moose kill. Frank had me circle 3 times, just watching. Then he said something I never forgot. He said, 'Those aren't just wolves down there. That's a family. Mother, father, this year's pups, last year's young adults. They've got a history together, got relationships, got a future, if we let them.'" Ben shook his head, remembering. Then he raised his rifle and shot the alpha male. Clean kill. The pack scattered. Frank was quiet on the flight back. That night, he told me, "Never forget they're more than targets. Even when you have to kill them, remember what they are." This complex relationship, respect and understanding paired with the brutal practicality of predator control, defined Frank's approach to wolves. It's a complexity that resonates with many Alaskans today who still live with the reality of large predators as neighbors. In native Alaskan communities where traditional knowledge about wolves stretches back thousands of years, Frank Glazer is remembered as someone who bridged worlds, the scientific and the traditional, the practical and the spiritual. "My grandfather talked about the wolf man," said Robert Sam, an Athabascan elder, said he understood wolves in the old way, not like the scientists who come up from the lower 48 for a summer. Frank lived with them year-round, through the hard times, saw them as they really are. That old way of knowing, direct, experiential, rooted in the land, is increasingly valued by scientists who recognize its worth alongside more formal research methods. "We're finally catching up to what Frank knew instinctively," said Diane Harper, a wildlife biologist, "that wolves are keystone species, that they shape ecosystems in ways that ripple through everything from vegetation to bird populations to river dynamics. Frank saw those connections decades before the science formally recognized them." Frank's observations about wolf behavior have been validated by modern research again and again. His understanding of how wolf packs function as family units, how they communicate, how they select prey, how they teach their young, all confirmed by scientists using methods Frank could never have imagined. "He would have loved the camera traps," said Ryan Miller, who manages remote monitoring systems in Denali National Park. "Imagine what he could have learned with today's technology, given his patience and observational skills." The cameras Ryan places in remote locations capture wolves going about their lives, undisturbed by human presence. These glimpses, wolves playing, sleeping, hunting, caring for pups, reveal behaviors Frank could only observe from a distance or infer from tracks and sign. "Sometimes I'll review footage and think, Frank already knew this," Ryan said. "He figured it out without cameras, without radio collars, without DNA analysis, just by watching, by paying attention, by being present in their world. This ability to truly see what's in front of you, to observe without preconceptions, to notice details others miss, was perhaps Frank's greatest gift, and it's one that transcends his specific role as a wolf hunter." I teach my wildlife biology students about Frank Glazer, said Professor Maria Chen at the University of Alaska, not because I want them to become predator control agents, but because I want them to develop his observational skills, his patience, his ability to read the landscape and understand what it's telling you. She requires her students to spend time simply watching wolves. No data collection, no specific research questions, just observation. They hate it at first, she laughed. They want to be doing something, taking measurements, running tests. I tell them, you are doing something, you're learning to see. This lesson, that knowledge begins with seeing clearly, is perhaps Frank Glazer's most enduring contribution to wildlife science and management in Alaska. In a world increasingly mediated by technology, where we often experience nature through screens rather than directly, Frank's approach feels almost radical. Get out there, sit still, watch, listen, learn. I've got students who can run sophisticated statistical analyses but can't read a wolf track in snow, Professor Chen said. Frank would have thought that was backwards. He believed you start with the direct experience, the data, the analysis, that comes later after you've developed a feel for the animal and its world. This emphasis on direct experience extended beyond wolves to the entirety of Frank's relationship with wilderness. He knew Alaska in a way few people ever will, intimately, physically, through all seasons and weathers, through hunger and cold and solitude, through beauty and danger and the daily reality of survival. Alaska's changed since Frank's time, said Pete Townsend, a long-time resident of Fairbanks. More people, more development, more pressure on wild places. But if you get out there, really out there beyond the roads and towns, it's still the Alaska he knew, still vast, still capable of killing you if you don't respect it, still beautiful in that harsh, uncompromising way. Pete gestured toward the window where the Alaska Range rose blue and distant on the horizon. Frank's out there somewhere, he said quietly. Not his body, his spirit, his way of seeing, his understanding. As long as there are wolves in Alaska, Frank Glazer isn't really gone. As you lie in your bed, warm and safe, far from the howl of wolves and the bite of Arctic cold, Frank's story might seem like ancient history, a relic of a wilder time, a harder time, a time when humans and wolves engaged in a dance of predator and prey, of hunter and hunted across the vast Alaskan wilderness. But the wolves are still there, still running, still hunting, still raising their pups in dens not so different from the ones Frank found nearly a century ago. And somewhere in the collective memory of those wolves, in the instincts passed down through generations, perhaps there's an awareness, a recognition of the man who knew them better than any human of his time, who hunted them, yes, but also respected them, learned from them, saw them clearly, without fear or romanticism, as the complex, intelligent, social beings they truly are. In that recognition, wolf to man, wild to human, there's a kind of communion that transcends the simple categories of killer and victim, a shared participation in the ancient rhythms of predator and prey, of life and death, of survival in a harsh and beautiful land. Frank Glazer entered that communion fully, lived within it for decades, became, in some essential way, part of the wild he inhabited. And there, in that belonging, he found what so many of us seek, a life with meaning, a purpose aligned with his deepest nature, a place where he fit completely and without compromise. As you drift towards sleep, imagine wolves running across snow, their breath clouding in the bitter cold. Imagine Frank watching them from a ridge, rifle across his knees, eyes missing nothing. Imagine the moment of recognition between them, predator seeing predator, survivor seeing survivor. In that moment there is truth, there is respect, there is a kind of love that doesn't need a name, and in Alaska's remaining wilderness, that moment continues, between wolves and those who seek to understand them, between the wild and those who enter it with open eyes and humble hearts. Between the past, where Frank Glazer tracked wolves across untamed valleys, and the present, where his legacy shapes how we see and value these essential predators. The wolfman is gone, but the wolves remain, and in their howls across moonlit snow, perhaps his name still echoes. Today, in the visitor centre at Denali National Park, there's a small exhibit about Frank Glazer. It's easy to miss. Just a few photographs, some notes, a battered rifle similar to the one he carried. Most tourists walk right past it, drawn to the bigger displays about grizzlies and moose. But those who stop, who take a moment to read about the Wolfman of Alaska, often find themselves lingering. There's something in his story that catches hold, something that speaks to a part of us buried deep beneath our modern comforts and connections. People ask me why Frank Glazer matters today, said Karen Reyes, a park ranger who often tells his story to visitors. I tell them he represents something we've almost lost, a direct, unmediated relationship with wilderness. He didn't experience nature through a screen or a window. He was immersed in it, shaped by it, defined by it. In a world where most of us are increasingly disconnected from the natural systems that sustain us, Frank's story feels almost mythic, a man who lived by his wits and skills in one of the harshest environments on Earth, who knew wolves not as abstract symbols or endangered species, but as neighbours, competitors, teachers. The tourists who connect most with Frank's story aren't who you'd expect, Karen told me. It's not the hardcore outdoors people. It's often the office workers, the tech employees, the people most removed from the kind of life he lived. They're fascinated by him because he represents an authenticity, a directness of experience they sense is missing in their own lives. This hunger for authentic experience, for direct connection with the natural world, seems to grow stronger as our lives become more virtual, more mediated by technology and convenience. I had this guy from Silicon Valley spend 2 hours reading everything we had about Frank, Karen recalled. When he finally looked up, he had tears in his eyes. He said, "I make $1 million a year designing apps, and this trapper who probably died broke understood something about life that I'm just beginning to grasp." That something is difficult to define precisely. It has to do with presence, with paying attention, with understanding your place within natural systems rather than apart from them or above them. Frank wasn't a philosopher. He didn't write treatises about humanity's relationship with wilderness. But through his life, through his work with wolves, he embodied a way of being that feels increasingly rare and valuable. Frank lived in accordance with reality, is how Bill Thompson, a wilderness guide, put it. Not reality as we wish it was, or fear it might be, or try to make it through technology and control. Just reality as it actually is, beautiful, harsh, complex, unforgiving. This acceptance of reality on its own terms, not filtered through human expectations or desires, was at the core of Frank's relationship with wolves. He didn't hate them, didn't romanticize them. He saw them clearly as they truly are, and in that clear seeing found a kind of wisdom. The wolf biologist Rick McIntyre, who has spent decades observing wolves in Yellowstone, expressed this idea beautifully. The wolf is neither villain nor hero. The wolf is simply the wolf. When we can see that, really see it, we've taken the first step toward understanding not just wolves, but the entire natural world, including ourselves. Frank took that step, lived that understanding, every day through decades in the Alaskan wilderness. There's another dimension to Frank's legacy, one that might seem surprising given his profession as a wolf hunter. His story has become important to many conservationists, many advocates for wilderness protection. Frank Glazer's Alaska is vanishing, said Michael Green, who works for a conservation organization. The vast, unbroken wilderness he knew, the intact ecosystems, the abundance of wildlife, it's all under threat from development, from climate change, from the expanding human footprint. Efforts to protect what remains of that wilderness often invoke Frank's name, his experience, his deep knowledge of how those systems function. When we argue for protecting wolf habitat or maintaining ecosystem integrity, we're often drawing on insights that came from Frank and others like him, Michael explained. People who knew these places intimately, who understood the connections between predator and prey, between wolves and the land. It's another paradox in Frank's complex legacy, that a man who killed wolves for a living has become, in some ways, a symbol for those who seek to protect them and the wild places they inhabit. Frank wouldn't have called himself an environmentalist, Michael said. That term wasn't even in use during most of his life, but he understood something fundamental that drives much of conservation today, that everything is connected, that you can't remove one piece of the system without affecting everything else. This ecological understanding, gained not through scientific training but through direct observation and experience, was far ahead of its time. Frank witnessed firsthand what happened when wolf populations were reduced too drastically, saw the explosion of prey animals, the overgrazing, the eventual population crashes from starvation and disease. Balance, he wrote in one of his reports. Everything out here is about balance. That insight that natural systems exist in a complex balance that human intervention often disrupts rather than improves remains a cornerstone of modern ecology. Frank arrived at it by watching, by paying attention, by being present in the wild year after year. In some ways, Frank Glazer was a bridge between worlds, between the frontier Alaska of the early 20th century and the more regulated, more conscious Alaska of today, between the mindset that saw wolves simply as vermin to be eliminated and the understanding that they're essential components of healthy ecosystems, between the ethos of conquest and the ethos of conservation. He didn't fully belong to either world. He was too pragmatic, too unsentimental for the conservation mindset, too observant, too respectful of wolves for the old frontier mentality of extermination. He existed in the tension between those perspectives, found his own balance, his own way of relating to wilderness that was neither purely utilitarian nor purely preservationist. That middle ground is where most Alaskans actually live today, said Laura Simmons, who studies human-wildlife conflicts. They value wilderness, want to protect it, but they also live with it, use it, depend on it for their livelihoods. Frank's perspective, pragmatic but respectful, utilitarian but understanding, resonates with people trying to navigate that balance. This is perhaps why Frank's legacy endures so strongly in Alaska, why his name still comes up in discussions of wolf management and wilderness protection. His approach offers a path beyond the polarization that often characterizes these debates. A way of seeing wolves, seeing wilderness, that acknowledges complexity rather than reducing it to simple categories of good and bad, right and wrong. Frank used to say wolves aren't good or evil, they're just wolves, remembered Ray Morris, who knew him in his later years. Sounds simple, but that perspective changes everything, helps you see the whole picture, not just the parts that fit your preconceptions. In a time of increasing polarization, of hardened positions and ideological rigidity, Frank's clear-eyed, experience-based approach feels like a breath of fresh air, a reminder that reality is always more complex, more nuanced than our ideas about it. There's a story from the last years of Frank's life that captures this perspective perfectly. A wildlife manager was arguing with a rancher about wolf predation on livestock. Both men dug into their positions, the manager insisting wolves rarely kill healthy cattle, the rancher insisting wolves were destroying his livelihood. Frank, by then in his 80s, listened for a while, then spoke up. "Both of you are right," he said, "and both of you are wrong. Wolves do what wolves do. Sometimes that means taking down a healthy cow if the opportunity presents itself. Sometimes it means passing by 100 cows to hunt wild game instead. Depends on the wolf, depends on the situation. Nature doesn't follow our rules or fit our arguments." Both men fell silent. Frank had cut through their debate to something more fundamental, the reality of wolves as they actually are, not as either man wanted them to be. After that, the wildlife manager recalled, "We had a real conversation, started looking for solutions instead of trying to prove each other wrong." This ability to see clearly, to move past preconceptions and political positions to the reality underneath, it's a rare quality, one that seems increasingly valuable in our polarized times. Frank developed it through decades of watching wolves, of paying attention, of being humble enough to let go of his own assumptions when evidence contradicted them. "He told me once that wolves had been his best teachers," said Maria Chen, the professor who requires her students to observe wolves. "Not because wolves are especially wise, but because they forced him to see beyond what he thought he knew, to really look at what was in front of him." This quality, this willingness to see reality as it is rather than as we want it to be, extends beyond wolf management or wilderness conservation. It's a perspective that could help us navigate many of the complex challenges we face today, from climate change to political division to technological disruption. In his own quiet, pragmatic way, through his decades of work with wolves in the Alaskan wilderness, Frank Glazer embodied an approach to life that feels increasingly valuable, one grounded in reality, in direct experience, in clear seeing. Frank wasn't perfect, Laura Simmons emphasized. He was a product of his time, with all the limitations that implies, but he was something rare, a human being who found his place in the natural world and inhabited it fully, without pretense or romance or fear. That authenticity, that grounded presence in reality, is perhaps Frank's most important legacy, more than his contributions to wolf science, more than his legendary status in Alaska law, more than his influence on wilderness management. His life stands as an example of what it means to be fully present in the world as it is. To watch a wolf hunt without judgment or projection, to feel Arctic cold without complaint, to face wilderness not as enemy or playground, but as home, demanding but also nurturing, harsh but also beautiful. In our climate-controlled rooms, our mediated experiences, our lives increasingly removed from natural rhythms and realities, Frank's story calls to something in us that remembers, that knows, somewhere deep in our DNA, what it means to live in direct relationship with the natural world, to be shaped by it, challenged by it, completed by it. The wolves Frank knew are long gone. Their descendants still run wild in parts of Alaska, still hunt and howl and raise their young in ancient patterns, still embody the wildness that drew Frank Glazer north in 1915, that kept him there for 60 years, that shaped him into the Wolfman of Alaska. Those wolves carry no memory of Frank, no awareness of the human who watched them so carefully, learned from them so deeply, sometimes killed them, but always respected them. But we remember, we carry his story, his perspective, his hard-earned wisdom about wolves and wilderness and what it means to find your place in the world. In Denali National Park today, visitors sometimes hear wolves howling in the distance. The sound cuts through everything, through technological distractions, through mental chatter, through the comfortable bubble of tourism, connects directly to something primal in the human brain. When people hear that howl, they stop talking, Karen Reyes said. They just listen, and for a moment they're experiencing Alaska the way Frank did, directly, without filters, just human and wolf and wilderness. These moments, these direct encounters with wildness, are increasingly rare in our managed, mediated world, but they remain essential. Remind us of realities larger than our human concerns. Connect us to ancient rhythms and relationships that shaped our species for millennia. Frank Glazer lived immersed in those realities, those rhythms, made his peace with them, found his place within them. Frank wasn't religious in any conventional sense, said Pete Townsend, who knew him in his later years, but he had something like faith, a deep trust in the patterns of the wild, in the balance that emerges when all parts of the system are allowed to function, wolves included. That trust, born not of ideology but of direct observation over decades, guided Frank's approach to wolves, to wilderness, to his own place within the natural world. As you lie in your warm bed, safe from the Arctic cold that shaped Frank Glazer, from the wolves he hunted and respected, from the harsh realities of survival in the Alaskan wilderness, his story offers something valuable, a glimpse of a life lived directly, authentically, in full acceptance of reality as it is. A life that found meaning not in comfort or convenience or control, but in understanding, in clear seeing, in belonging to a place so completely that you become part of its story as it becomes part of yours. Perhaps, as you drift towards sleep, you can imagine it, the vast silence of an Alaskan winter night, stars burning cold and bright above snow-covered mountains, the howl of wolves echoing across a frozen valley, and Frank Glazer standing motionless in that landscape, rifle across his knees, watching, learning, belonging. The Wolfman of Alaska is gone, but the wilderness he loved remains. The wolves he studied still run free in parts of that great land, and his story, his unique, complex relationship with wildness, still speaks to something in us that remembers, that knows there is wisdom in the wild. In paying attention, in seeing clearly, in finding our place in the world as it truly is. As your breathing slows, as your body settles deeper into comfort, you might find yourself listening, not for the sounds of your room, your house, your neighborhood, but for something more distant, more ancient, the quiet padding of wolf paws across snow, the soft communication between pack members, the howl that rises, haunting and beautiful under a moon so bright it casts shadows across the endless white. In that sound, in that awareness, you might find what Frank Glazer found, a connection to something larger than yourself, a reality that was here before us and will remain long after, a wilderness that shapes us even as we shape it. And in that connection, that awareness, perhaps you'll find rest, deep, genuine rest, the kind that comes not from escaping reality, but from accepting it, from finding your place within it. Like Frank Glazer did in his own way, in his own time, the Wolfman of Alaska, a hunter who respected his prey, a loner who understood community, a human being who found his home in the wild, and in doing so found himself.